I'm going to call this meeting to order, please, so we can get it started with closed session at 10:04. Is Director Snokes, are you on the phone? Because I know he's calling in. I take it he's not. So we'll move on from there.
Sometimes they just patch them through to the closed session.
Okay, just want to be sure. We'll ask them when we're in there. Okay. Yeah, I can hear it. It's almost a big, I hear myself twice and it's strange.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to open up for public comment on the closed session. I understand that we have at least one before we go into closed session. So please state your name.
Nick Panzer, Ridgecrest resident. Each of you should have before you a 4-page document. It consists of 3 parts. The first is a memorandum I wrote on January 15 to Mr. Markman. The second document is Mr. Markman's reply, which I received yesterday afternoon. And the third document I wrote this morning to you. They're all contained in the item in front of you. I believe they're all relevant potentially to your closed-door session. I have extra copies if any of you did not get one. Adam, I see you. No.
Lauren, are they in the packet here? Did you get it in time?
No, they're on your desk.
I would ask that this document be appended to your minutes and made available on the website for the general public. Thank you.
Nick, do you have a copy for me? I didn't have one up here with me. Thank you. Are there any further public comments before we go into closed session? All right, hearing none then, we'll retire to closed session and be back here. Open session begin at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Before the pledge, Keith, do you want to announce about the closed session?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
The board met in closed session to discuss the item identified as conference with legal counsel regarding undisclosed potential litigation. The board received a report from counsel. No reportable action was taken. And Mr. President, that concludes the report.
Thank you. And can we all rise for the pledge, please? And Mr. Skip Gorman, would you lead us in the pledge today?
I'll be glad to.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we need to have a roll call, Keith? I notice there's not one on here. Should we have a roll call, including, I believe, Director Snokes? Are you on the line?
Did we do a roll call at the beginning of the meeting?
No, we did not.
Okay. Yes, we need to do a roll call.
Yes, Director Snoke is on.
Thank you.
Director Vallejo?
Present.
Director Heyman?
Here.
Chairman Kaczynski?
Here.
Director Snoke?
Here.
And Vice Chair Gleason?
Yep.
Thank you. First thing on the agenda is our presentations. We do that before public comment. So do I see Holly here? This is a presentation by the Inyamono Integrated Regional Water Management. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, board and members of the public. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. Don Sadipa made this possible. There's a PowerPoint, I think, coming up at some point. If not, I will be talking from memory.
Hang on, I see. He's appearing. There it is. That's what you need.
Not me. That's you? Yeah.
Still,
Yeah.
Looks like that's the wrong
one.
PowerPoint.
yeah.
Well, I can get started a bit while he's loading.
Okay.
Some of you already know about the Integrated Regional Water Management Program. For those of you who don't, I'm going to go pretty stepwise through who we are and what we do, and then hopefully have time for some questions and also discussion about how we can be involved with the IWV GA and some resources that we might have available. I see that the PowerPoint got put in paper form. And the few slides aren't as exciting anyway. So I'll start with some of the text slides. Integrated regional water management is a concept that various people came up with to be directed by the state of California. It's a bottom-up regional approach to water management and planning. Rather than having the state come in and tell us, these are what we think your priorities are, these are what we want you to do. This program is about us organizing and discussing at a regional and local level what our water management priorities are. And so I think of this as sort of a two-pronged goal. One is to build capacity at the community level and the water system level, and another one is to promote self-sufficiency with respect to water resources, so that individual water systems are able to take care of their own needs. They have the knowledge and the resources available to do so. The Integrated Regional Water Management process is administered by the California Department of Water Resources, or DWR. As everything, there are lots of acronyms. The program started in 2002 as a function of Proposition 50, voter passed proposition. And this program encouraged these integrated regional water management regions to self-form. So the state didn't say, these are the regions we want you to be. We were able to say, this is a group of stakeholders we want to be with, and this is the geography that we would like to think about. They did encourage the regions to form based on natural boundaries, such as watershed boundaries or basin boundaries. And the state has now broken itself up into 48 IRWM regions, covering 99% of the population and about, I think, 88% of the land area. There are still a few donut holes in there. The program continued in 2006 with Proposition 84. That's when the Inyo program started, which I'll talk about in a minute. Each of the IRWM regions had to go through a region acceptance process where we described our boundaries to DWR. We talked about why our boundaries are what they are. And DWR had kind of a checklist, and they said, yes, we approve you as a region. You are now the Inyo region. We've gotten various kinds of grant funding over the years since we started in 2008. We've gotten planning money to put together an integrated regional water management plan, which I'll show a bit about. We've gotten money specifically to work with disadvantaged communities, which we're continuing at this point. I'll also talk about that. And then we've gotten project implementation money, and that's where the bulk of the funding has come from. And realistically, that's why a lot of people sit at the table. They're very interested in the grant money. We have, however, found several other benefits of all coming together and talking about water management. Now we're working off of Prop 1. It was passed in 2014. There's about $510 million for IRWM in the proposition. It's allocated among the state mostly by population, so we, of course, always have the smallest chunk. But we're currently working on some disadvantaged community work with that, and we will also be going for project implementation money fairly quickly. It's starting to come down the pipe. The Inyo Integrated Regional Water Management Program started in 2008 through Proposition 84. We got a small grant to get it going. It started with a handful of stakeholders, and fairly quickly they were able to say, we know Inyo counties want to be part of this. We had some folks from Ridgecrest come to some of our early meetings, and say, we'd actually really like to be part of the Inyo Mono process rather than some of the other IRWIMPs that were forming around here to the south and to the west. We feel like we have more in common with other parts of the eastern Sierra. So very quickly, the group agreed to this, and so we extended our boundary, again, based on watershed lines, so to the south of Ridgecrest, and I'll show, well, there's a map in here, but if we can't show it there, we have information on the website too. So we cover all of Inyo Mono counties and Indian Wells Valley, Searles Valley, and then a bit of San Bernardino County to the east of here. Over the past 11 years, we've received about $4.7 million in grants. And again, that's all through proposition money administered by DWR. And the large majority of that money has stayed in the region. It has been used to pay people in the region to do various projects, and I'll talk about a few examples. Over 11 years, it adds up. We've had over 100 stakeholder meetings, which includes our bigger group meetings of our regional water management group that I'll mention, and also meetings like this where we come speak in front of boards, and a lot of one-on-one meetings with communities and water systems and other interested stakeholders. We have a regional water management group. That is our board. Any stakeholder that wants to become part of our regional water management group signs a voluntary, non-binding memorandum of understanding, and then they become a decision maker for our integrated regional water management program. Currently, we have 40 signatories to our memorandum of understanding, and some examples of those signatories. I had the whole list on a slide, but we have everybody from environmental nonprofit groups to counties and cities, water districts, tribes, small water systems such as mutuals and CSDs and PUDs. I'm probably forgetting some other kind of big stakeholder groups, but you get a sense that it really is every kind of group that might have interest in water that participate in the process. And then we have regional objectives that we are aiming to achieve through the work that we do. And they focus on very basic things such as water supply, water quality, ecosystem stewardship, helping disadvantaged communities and tribes, thinking about groundwater and surface water management. So it really covers the gamut of anything that we could do with water around here. But we have divided up a bit so that we're sure to focus on some specific areas. So a little bit more about the region itself. I mentioned it's all of Inyo Mono counties, a little bit of Kern and San Bernardino. It's 11% of the state's land area. We're the second largest IRWMP region. There are a little over 500 groundwater basins in the state. We have 65 of them. So there are a lot of groundwater basins to think about. Only 2 of them right now are subject to the SGMA process. And our entire population in the region is about 60,000, about half of which is in this area. And again, the proposition money is largely allocated across the state based on population. So our part of the state, not even just our IRWIMP region, but sort of the larger part of the state, gets the smallest share, but we try to do what we can with the money we're allocated. So one of the first things that we did was to get a planning grant through Property 4 to write an integrated regional water management plan. And it's a big document, and it has the input and approval of all of our stakeholders and more. Those aren't all of the stakeholders that we work with. And it lays out some basic information about water in the region. It has a very lengthy, comprehensive region description, describes all of the water resources, and then we get into what we know about water needs in the region, very specifically by community or water system or maybe a sub-region. And then we include a project database or a project list of things that we know could help address those needs. And it's through that project database that we're able to start allocating money to individual projects and get things done on the ground. Some of the projects that we've worked on, they've spanned planning projects and implementation projects. We have worked on 16 projects, a few of which are still underway. A few examples are putting in an ion exchange system to remove uranium up in the Colville School. The kids were drinking bottled water for 15 years, and so we were able to put in a fairly self-contained ion exchange system, and now they're able to drink the water from the water fountain. Similarly, we put in a second well at the Round Valley School near Bishop for a secondary source for them. We funded a stream stabilization technical study for the Oak Creek watershed near Independence. That's the stream watershed that goes into the Owens River had some fires several years ago, and then a flood came in after that. And so we worked with the Forest Service and the Fort Independence Tribe to put this stream stabilization study together. And now I think they're starting into some of the implementation pieces that came out of that study. Another project that we're doing that we're funding here, which is the first project we've been funding here, is working with Indian Wells Valley Water District in the Cash for Grass program in the turf replacement. It's a larger project than what we're able to fund, but we were able to put a little bit of grant money to it to support the program. As I mentioned earlier, we work a lot with disadvantaged communities, and the funding we have right now is really specifically to work with disadvantaged communities. That's in fact really the one funding source we have right now. And most people are familiar with the concept, but if not, a disadvantaged community is one whose median household income is 80% or less of the statewide median household income. In our Inyo Mono region, Inyo Mono counties plus this area, there are a lot of DACs. We have about 30 DACs, 7 of which are tribes, and we're really trying to work with most of them. So through this disadvantaged community grant, it's specifically to encourage engagement and involvement in the IRWM process. There's the presentation coming up. Let's see if I can scroll through here. Skip all that text. I will show that. That's the map of the region outlined in black there. Our regional water management group, at our most recent meeting in Bishop, you'll notice Sam and Stan and Don and Ron. I think those are the 4 from the area that were there. And a couple of pictures of our projects that I just talked about. And our Disadvantaged Communities Grant, that's where we are. So the objective is to increase the engagement of DACs in the IRWM process. We're doing this through various ways, and we really have been doing it the whole time, but we get to really specifically focus on it now. It's a little less than $500,000 grant. It's a 3-year grant. We're about a year through, and a major focus is outreach. We did a public outreach meeting in Inyokern last night. Several people in the audience were there, a few people from the board. And we'll continue to do community outreach meetings like that. And then outreach also includes, again, those one-on-one meetings with water systems and other stakeholders. We have some funding in there to do specific education around water conservation. We're doing technical needs assessments where a technical person with a lot more knowledge than I have comes in with a water system and assesses what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, what documents do they have that things like operations plans and a drought response plan, emergency response plan. And then once we're able to kind of assess where that water system is, then we can figure out what resources to bring to that community. And so the next one down there is technical assistance, and the technical assistance will largely be allocated based on what we learn in needs assessments. We'll also be doing trainings mostly for water board members and water operators. All of our trainings have continuing education credits, and we try to have topics that are very relevant to local water managers. We have some money in there to help with project development, so project planning, things like plans and engineering, CEQA. And then we have some money in there for Sigma support. And that's sort of where I wanted to end for today, and maybe we can have a bit of a conversation about that. What we learned last night, I'll back up. So we're learning how to interact with the Sigma groups in our region, again, Owens Valley and Indian Wells Valley, where we might be able to be involved, what kind of help we might be able to give. And so each valley is a bit different. So we're interested in having a conversation about what would be helpful here. In the public outreach meeting last night, after some discussion, we kind of came to a point that sounded like, well, maybe some education is something that we could help with. And I know Ron wants to talk about that a bit too. So the bigger picture there is we're here, we're available, we're looking forward to being involved and assisting if we can, I believe. And then a few take-home lessons of things that we've learned, again, over the last 11, 12 years. These collaborative processes take a long time and a lot of work, and I know the GSA process is very much along those same lines. It's really more about working with the people than the individual water issues. Obviously, we want to address the water issues, but it's about working with stakeholders and communities. We found that it's really important to be in the communities and on site rather than saying, well, the middle of our region is roughly Bishop, so we want everybody to come here. We do have those kinds of meetings, but we absolutely try to get out on site into the community so that we can learn firsthand what's going on. And we know that along with that, repeated outreach is really important. It's difficult to go to one place once and then not see them again for many years and still understand the needs. We try to maintain a very open, transparent process. We found that since we have 40 members in our regional water management group, we have to all agree on what projects we're going to put forward. And as you can imagine, most of them have project desires. So we found that even though everybody puts their own project forward, when it comes time to decide which projects really can get funding because we don't have enough to cover everybody, people tend to be altruistic and they look for the biggest need. And they also have really directed funding towards disadvantaged communities and tribes, the places that arguably need it most. We've also learned that the basic water issues of water supply and water quality need to be met first before we talk about either some bigger picture issues or, for example, ecosystem stewardship. And we try to be a voice in Sacramento for the region. It's difficult over here to get a whole lot of attention from the state, and sometimes we want it that way, but at times we also want to let them know that we're here and that we have needs that need to get met. Thank you. Sorry about the presentation, but we got there. And I'd be glad to take questions, have a conversation.
Thank you, Holly. So I'll go ahead and open up the board. If you have any questions for Holly? I do, if no one else does. Okay. Holly, I know we spoke a little bit last night, and I basically have three things I want to talk about. Number one, are there any signatories now that are GAs with your group?
Yes, the Owens Valley Groundwater Authority has signed our MOU.
Okay.
Just recently.
And there's no monetary obligation. I understand that you look for help if they can.
Absolutely correct. It's not
Okay.
a pay-to-play system, although we do try to raise some money internally at times.
Okay. Number two, outreach. We spoke a little bit about last night. Is there a way that you can help us with outreach? I mean, we have our communication engagement plan. We can make sure you see it. But is there something that you can do to help us with our outreach, whether it be working with the PAC and suggestions on what we can do, maybe even some publications and things like that? Would you and could you?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
And it would be helpful to look at the engagement plan and we can come up with some specific
So if I was to ask you and David Janik to get together, trade numbers, and talk for a while, would that be a problem? Does the board agree?
That would be great.
I have agreement from the board. And the last question I have is grants. Now, I know that the Cash for Grass grant that the Water District is working with came through you. You do understand that we have a Category 1 of our grant application on the Prop 1, which is for severe disadvantaged community.
Right.
Okay. Do you do grant management? And the reason I'm asking this is because I know that at this particular point, the management of the grant, the billing, and all the things going back for the state, that's Stetson's handling. And I hate to say it, Steve, but you're pretty expensive. And I'm just looking to say, is there a possibility for managing that portion of the grant? And can it even be done? I don't even know. And so the question would be, if you're able to do it, number one, and number two, what would be the cost to us as compared to what we'd be paying as it's being managed by our water manager? Is that something that can be worked on? And if so, how should we proceed?
Yes, we have so far only managed IRWM grants, but we have done state grants and know the challenges around administration. So yes, and the cost. I really have to look at the
I'm not actually put you on the spot now. I'm just wondering, is it possible? Because
Yes.
money's always going to be a situation with this group, and any way that we can look, and plus the workload, and I believe Steve can confirm the workload for managing the grant is a lot. Yeah, and so I'm going to ask you, Steve, is it something we want to consider, and if so, can we at least talk with, you can at least talk with Holly?
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. And it's actually a perfect time. And I think Jeff just provided a summary of where we're at right now on the DAC and the SDAC stuff under the Prop 1 grant. We are at a position right now where the RFPs have been prepared for consultants to do some work under those grant funds. So this would be a good time to have, if somebody else was going to do it, to have somebody else issue those RFPs and then manage the consultants to get that work done and report back to the authority. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not implying that I want her to maybe manage the RFPs and such. I don't know if they do that or can do it, but I think it's worth the discussion, because anything down the line that's going to save us money with our water management group is going to be worth it to this group. And plus, you have your hands on that community, which I think is so important. So if the board would agree, at least can we get Holly to talk with Steve or his group to see if it can even be done.
Sure.
And if so, report back to this board if we have a plan to do it, and can we make it work.
Sure. Holly, Jeff from my office in the blue shirt here, he's the one working on the DAC and the SDAC stuff on Prop 1, so maybe you guys could talk.
We'll definitely trade information. Okay.
And again, I'll ask the board do they have any objections to that?
No objections, Doctor. Do you have a copy of this presentation you can leave behind?
There's one in your board.
I didn't get one. Okay, thank you.
There is a paper copy floating around, I see. I can absolutely make, the electronic copy is available.
But yeah, my guys didn't come over the mountains today.
Well, I will give you.
Okay.
Can that go on the website,
Thank you.
the electronic version?
Yeah. I think Lauren can get that on the website without a problem.
Great.
Yeah.
One question I have about this conversation we're having is, Holly, good to see you again.
Hi, John.
Would the IRWIMP expect that, expect that the GSA would become a member of an MOU signatory for these services to be provided?
That's a good question. My initial thinking is no, really, because you're not looking for IRWM money. You have the grant.
Right.
You're just looking for administration. So it would just be a service that we're providing, hopefully that also utilizes some of our skills. If you were then looking later down the road, and I didn't mention this, but there will be more Proposition 1 money available, probably after the GSP is finished. My guess is both Owens Valley, Indian Wells Valley may come to us for some project money. At that point, we would need to discuss the GA becoming a signatory to our MOU.
Am I correct to assume that you would encourage this GSA to become a signatory?
Yes.
Perhaps that's a discussion we want to have about
That's
bringing.
precisely why I asked the question. Does it cost
this back.
anything to get into it? If we could just become a signatory. I think the only thing that's really not even mandatory is that we have representation at your meetings.
Yes, and
Yes.
it can also be that one person represents two organizations. We have that
Right.
a lot, actually. So, for example, if Don were to attend our meetings and it is approved by the board, he could represent the Water District and the GA. So you don't have to send two people to the meetings, but meetings are always open to the public and anybody's welcome.
I think it's a great group, and I think it maybe for further discussion by this board if we want to go and get on as a signatory, but that could be another agenda item another time.
Great. Let me know if I can help.
Okay, I have no questions for Holly. Anybody else? Typically, we don't open up presentations to the public, but does the public have any questions for Holly?
Yes.
Can you please go to the mic?
Oh.
Renee Westelusk. I'm a member of the Policy Advisory Committee, and right now we're looking for incentives for people to want to register their wells, and we are wondering if there's any type of money available that could be used to help pay for meters for metering wells and that type of thing. We're trying to give like incentives why you should register your well. Okay.
Potentially, the sort of a black box with our process has been working with individual well owners. We've not found a real way to get individual well owners involved in the process, but we've thought about it a lot. And I understand well owners are organized to a point in the valley. So the answer is potentially. We could certainly try to have a discussion as a group, especially if we could have a group of well owners that wanted to do it, make it into kind of more of a project, then we could definitely look for funding. Yes.
Judy Decker, Eastern Kern County Resource Conservation District, and also a member of the Policy Advisory Committee. I believe your services are greatly needed at the Inyo Kern Community Services District. If you have not talked to anyone there, I think you should. I think you should go talk to them at one of their board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Tim Carroll from Inyo Kern CSD was at the meeting last night and spoke a little bit. We have worked with them before a bit, and California Rural Water Association, which is a group that we work closely with, and I think maybe working with you, is currently doing an income survey for Inyo Kern Community Services District, just the service area, and has also done a needs assessment there, and then that will lead into further technical assistance and potential project funding. So I'm keeping tabs on what's happening through that, and the IRWIMP can step in at any point and help out as well. So yeah, it's most definitely on our radar.
Sophia Merck. I'm a bulk water hauler. I also live in a disadvantaged community. And one of the things I want to thank Holly for is her outreach to everybody. I know that she spent some time in Tacoma to make sure that the people had drinking water. And I really appreciate her coming down here and trying to interface with the Indian Wells GA, and also her efforts in trying to communicate with the DAC and the well owners in this community. So thank you very much, Holly.
Thank you. Any other questions for Holly? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move into the public comment section. This is reserved for public comments for items that are not on the agenda. So if you have any comments, please step up and make sure you state your name. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Wes Katzenstein, a member of the PAC, domestic well owner. And I have a question and a comment about the activity that Mr. Markman's doing to pull together some appears to be meaningful elements of the GSP. And my question is, would this be the appropriate time to ask those comments, or will there be a chance for a comment as part of the PAC review that Mr. Janik will present?
I would say that since it is covered in the report from the PAC, is that correct, Dave? I saw it was in there.
It's in there, but it's listed as board questions on the PAC report, but certainly the public should comment because it's...
Since it's in the board PAC, Keith, can we take comment now, or should we wait till the...
Either way works.
Okay, let's go ahead and do it now then.
Okay, it recognize that the work that Mr. Markman's doing is very important, potentially to this community, if it can avoid a lawsuit. And I think it's making very useful progress. My question is that going to be the GSP, or is that an alternative that we can discuss and perhaps recommend modifying if we think that needs to be the case? So is that just an alternative, or is that the approach we're going to take to managing the water? That would be my question.
Want me to do?
Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
Wes,
I don't want to get into a big discussion about it, but short.
Sure, I'll try to keep it short. Since I'm in the meetings, Wes, I'll try to answer that as best I can. Yes, I will. I'll be careful. I'm in the meeting, so and represent the technical side of the Water Resources Manager. in answer to your question, whether that's going to become the GSP, I would say no, not necessarily. That's a group trying to come up with allocations of water and water rights and things like that. We are working very hard, and you won't have it in this packet, but I think in the next packet that you have for the PAC, or even at the PAC meeting, we had a meeting last Friday, and one of the goals there, this is where I was getting a little bit frustrated at those meetings and doing the technical work. You come to the TAC meetings, not frustrated in a bad way, just wanting to make sure that the discussions that are going on with the attorneys group and the work we're doing with the PAC, and you've seen we made some presentation on some modeling scenarios, some assumptions on how the basin might be managed in the future, wanting to make sure that those two are working closely together. They're not identical right now, but they are similar enough that we are all going the same direction. So we did make a sort of a technical presentation at the meeting last Friday, so that all the people in that group see what we're doing from the technical side, so they are close. So my answer is, if we're responsible for the draft GSP, no, it's not going to come out of that attorneys meeting, but a lot of valuable information going into that GSP will come out of those meetings.
Okay, good. That's reassuring. I wanted to be sure that there is an opportunity for inputs above and beyond what's happening with the lawyers behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes. Any other comments from the public before we move on? All right, hearing none, I'll close public comments and move on to the consent agenda. Approval of minutes for the board meeting of January 17th, and approve expenditures as listed for RWG Law, DRI, and for Stetson Engineering.
Inyo County would request to remove item B.
Okay. So item B we'll just vote on separately. So I guess I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting of January 17th. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes of January 17th?
Motion.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes. All right, we can move on to a discussion on the approved expenditures as requested by Inyo County. So what were your concerns, John?
Supervisor Kingsley recommended that I pull this, and it's not to express a concern with money that's being spent, but more an issue of we're not quite clear when we look at the agenda packet what it's being spent on other than the basic line item information. Of course, this is ratepayer money being spent, and it's the, it is important in the sense of we want to make sure that we're having a good control over what's being spent, and if not perfect control, at least great understanding of what's being spent and why. So we'd request that there are some staff reports for these consent agenda items, at least moving forward, that gives at least a summary of what the layman's understanding of the work being done was, to give better information to the public and to the board members approving these pretty significant sums. So if we could just get a rundown, Mr. Johnson, of what the Stetson bill is going towards, that would be appreciated, and I think that will suffice for our concerns today. But moving forward, again, we, at least Inyo County, request that we get at least a short discussion in a staff report about what the invoices are covering.
Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. I noticed that your invoices always refer to a section on the POAM. Correct? And each section of the POAM has an explanation of what it does.
Correct.
Correct. So I guess what John's asking is, I see it already references the section. I'm guessing what he's asking for is a description of, 02.01 of the POAM, or however you identify it here. 05 right. Project management costs and schedules.
Right.
So I'm not overriding what you're going to say. I'm just going to remind them that it does reference the POAM.
Yes.
The POAM in turn has descriptions of all their categories, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right. And our invoice, what we do with our invoice is parallel the invoice with the task work under the POAM, so that there is a direct relationship between the invoice, task items, and the POAM as what's being done under each task item. Now, there's not a specific description of what was done there, but staff hours, time spent in the staff hours, and the rates are all there.
I see that.
The way we normally do our invoicing or our internal bookkeeping is every staff member prepares a time card, and those time cards are assembled with job numbers and description of what they've done that goes to the bookkeeping, the accounting department, that then produces that invoice. So that's how it's done.
Can you just explain where the poem number is on this invoice? The first, and that way, I mean, it's again just looking at it as a layperson, trying to make sense of referencing other documents. Like I guess the idea being for better understanding from a layperson's perspective of what's actually going on. If we can have that in an upfront, very simple, but layman's terms description, staff report on, okay, here's the gist of what we have done that's reflected in these invoices. I think that will be a benefit to not only the policy makers up here who are approving these expenses, but to the public at large as well. So the poem reference, I guess I'm not seeing it immediately on this first page.
Jeff, do you have the poem there? And the invoice is part of the packet.
And I've got the
because Jeff is going to present the poem here under our first Water Resources Manager report. Yeah, those it should be the same numbers. But I want to make sure.
On the bill, I just don't see the.
This is more the stuff that other people do. Yeah, I do too.
They're not strictly the same numbers on the poem and on the billing because the billing tasks started off as task orders initially and weren't tied to the poem, but now the titles are generally our poem item titles. We could get a cross-reference together for that about where they do show up. Sorry, I can't pull them all out right here immediately, but review of the model basically comes under poem, which is our task on our billing shown as task 03. I mean, that is, as I say, they didn't match up exactly, but task 4.2 in general encompasses a number of the tasks under that. And then as we do go to item 4.01, which is data gaps on our bill, there's a data gap item under 4 on the poem as task 4.3. Is we start with the evaluation of that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I think my questions, my request from Inyo County's perspective still stands. Like, for example, if there isn't a reference to example task 4.4, the imported water study, in this particular invoice that I'm looking at on the maybe there's a second invoice, but I see that that's 93% done. And if we just assume, for example, that task 4.3 or 4.4 imported water study was in this bill, we would request to know, okay, what has been done towards that imported water study? Like, is it purely technical work? Has it been outreach? Has it been meetings with potential water source providers? That's the basic level of information we're requesting to receive in a simple staff report that accompanies these bills to give us a better understanding of what the work being done actually is. So, again, that's not a unilateral directive that we can make. That's, I think, a board policy issue. It's a staff resource issue as well. But that's where our concerns lie at the moment with regard to what are we spending the money on specifically.
Anything that could make these clearer is always is much appreciated. Sure. But also, we have to watch for the burden that it's going to do. Yeah. It's almost like you want to attach every time card that has a description of everything they did.
Either you attached all the time cards to it and the summaries, or you take the time to actually write a paragraph for each task item. And as I'm sure you looked at the bill, there's a couple dozen, different task items to explain what we're doing. But I think maybe a first step might be to attach or to include a cross-reference of our job number, our internal task order number, to the poem number, so that you can see that, because that's easy enough to do on the invoice. And as far as what the board would like to see as far as detail on what was done under each task item, whatever the board wants, we will do. But as you said, it's a pretty good effort to create our bill and get them turned around. And to your folks, we'll do whatever you want. But we're trying to I'd like to do more work on the work and less work on the accounting. But you certainly have to know what we're doing, and we try to describe what we're doing. If folks are attending the TAC meeting, for example, we pretty much describe what we're doing at the TAC meeting on a regular basis, and then here at the board.
Is it much of a problem to go ahead and just do a clear reference to the poem number?
Not at all.
That's just
Not at all.
part of the invoice.
That could be done
That
immediately.
gets us directly from here to here.
Right.
Without having to look at the titles and
Right.
find the titles.
Right.
Okay.
And again, for John too, if you're looking at it as an example in a particular month and you see something you want, you send me an email question, we'll certainly provide that. That might be an easier way than just to try to take a broad look and just try to do all this additional work, that if you have a question, certainly ask. So.
Well, it sounds like some of that information is being given to the TAC, like you said.
Yeah,
and perhaps a summary from the TAC could accompany these bills one way or another, whether it's directly from Stetson or if it's just highlighted in the TAC minutes or something to that effect. I think we've accomplished the goal of the conversation that we were hoping to have today.
Anything else from the board about that? Say about it? Then we'll move on from there. Are you ready? Are you satisfied that we can go ahead and approve these expenditures?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to consent it.
So moved.
Thank you. You're faster than I can talk. Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. We need a voice vote here because it's expenditures, or can I do it as a...
You need a voice vote because you have somebody participating remotely.
That's correct. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Snokes. You're still there?
I'm here.
All right, okay. Did you hear all that?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to do a voice vote on consent agenda item B.
Should we redo the minutes, though? Because we didn't do a roll call vote for that.
Well, but basically what Keith is saying is because we have someone participating remotely, we do need a roll call vote. It isn't typical, correct?
For that,
yeah.
Yes, and if I didn't catch that you didn't do the minutes by roll call, so why don't you make the motion to be the entire consent agenda?
Can I do that since we already voted on A?
Well,
okay. All right. So again, we'll go cover consent agenda item A and B.
So moved.
Got to move. Got a second?
Second.
Okay. Now roll call vote on the consent agenda.
Director Vallejo,
Aye.
Director Heyman,
Aye.
Chairman Kaczynski,
Aye.
Director Snoke,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gleason.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Now we have another presentation of the DRI Groundwater Basin Model.
If I might,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. It's Steve Johnson with Stetson Engineers. Good to see everybody. Just as a note, we did drive up from Southern California today. Some other people did here too, I know. And it was, you guys talk about how beautiful it is. It was one of the most beautiful drives I've ever had in a long, long time. Absolutely beautiful drive up this hill. So, and we made it safely, so it was all good. For those who have not met Jean Moran, because she's made many presentations. She's with our firm. She's a hydrogeologist with our firm, does a lot of the modeling work too, all of the modeling work. She's made multiple presentations at the TAC, so the folks that come to the TAC know Jean, but this is Jean Moran for our office. This little short, it's not going to be short, I know that. This presentation on the model is intended to be sort of a 101, a basic understanding of what the model is, where it came from, and what we're using it for, how we came to use this model. What we've done to improve it and calibrate it to make it useful for us to support the GSP, and then what's a little bit on what we've recently used the model for and some of the results that have come from the model and how we're interpreting those results. So Jean's going to make the presentation, and we're certainly going to be open for questions and comments.
Thank you, first of all, for inviting us to present the model. The model's been going on for 10 months. And somehow the slides are not coming up. They came up before, but I think they got, there we go. There you go. The outline for today's slideshow will be, I'll review the schedule and the model overview. As I said, it started last May with the modeling in support of the GSP. The first part of the modeling was an update and then a historical calibration run, and I'll discuss how that works. The time period for that was 1922 to 2016. Then a predictive simulation was done on that historical run if pumping was reduced to the basin recharge, which is roughly 7,650 acre-feet in a year. The next use of the model was to project
forward for 50 years as a baseline no-action model run to compare management scenarios to. And then a TDS baseline no-action model run was performed by the modeling group. And we have completed the first management scenario as a draft and presented it 2 weeks ago to the TAC. And then I will conclude with the next steps of the model. Here's the timeline as graphically, so you can see it on a timeline. The first date is last May, when the model got permission and funding to move forward with a historical model run calibration. Where I should start first is the GA board has a contract with the Desert Research Institute to perform the modeling work technically. And the water resource manager interacts with the Desert Research Institute and the Technical Advisory Committee for review of all of the technical work. And so this work on this graphic is performed by Desert Research Institute and the water resource manager. Across the top, you'll see stars and dots. The stars are a specific group from the Technical Advisory Committee that's called the Model Ad Hoc Group. And they have met for workshops with Desert Research Institute, gone on field trips, and also had conference calls to review all the technical data that goes into the model. The dots on the end are the future conference calls that we are working through with the Model Ad Hoc Group. It's a 3-person member. They're all either hydrogeologists, geophysicists, people that are very cognizant of the water supply in the basin. The top blue line shows where the historical model calibration took place. And then the next model runs we did were for total dissolved solids. That's what TDS stands for. Then we worked on the baseline model run, and these we'll go through with in slides what each of these mean. Then the management scenarios are ongoing, and the intent is to be completed at the beginning of April with the management scenarios. Land subsidence will be an analysis, not using the model, but using other information, and that will be ongoing through May. The very bottom line is that green line is the documentation and writing everything up into the GSP report. The one line I missed, which says HCM for GSP, that's hydrogeologic conceptual model, and we'll discuss it in one of the following slides. The Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Model is really a coupling of two models. One is a flow model called ModFlow, and another one is MT3D, which is a transport model. What it simulates is the conceptual model that gets put together of where is water and how does it move through the system. It incorporates the water budget components, the groundwater levels, which represent how much groundwater is in storage and how that groundwater in storage changes by location and by time. It's calibrated to historical measured data, and then it's used to project out into the future what one could expect to happen if everything stayed the same. This slide is put in here from a model workshop to understand the components of a groundwater model. Where there's stars, then it says dot, RCH. Those are different packages. How ModFlow works is it's modular. You can combine recharge with wells, with stream flow, with head boundaries, with mountain front recharge, all of those can become different packages that the mod flow links together to understand the inflows and outflows over a certain time period, be it 1 year on average or be it 1 month on average. The left side of this graphic shows the input modules. So there's recharge wells, GHB is general head boundary, EVT is evapotranspiration, HFB is horizontal flow barrier, which is put in for faulting. I'm going to hold off on the orange boxes on the bottom. So that goes into a model structure. So ModFlow has a basic package, discretization. What it has in it is layering vertically, and then it has rows and columns to go north and south and east and west. So it creates little boxes and then solves for water levels and fluxes of water flow for each box. The output that it gives is water budget components, heads, and drawdowns of water levels. The orange boxes on the bottom, so what I was just discussing is the flow. The orange boxes on the bottom are all the parameters of how TDS moves within the system. Does it move the same rate as groundwater? Does it adhere to sediments? And these are the advection, dispersion, the sources and sinks kind of files as input. And then the output is the mass and the movement of mass of the salts within the basin. So this is just a slide to understand how many different pieces have to be put together by the modeler as different packages and then set up to run together to answer the questions for the basin. And that's about as detailed as I was going to get under the hood. The groundwater, sorry, I went the wrong direction. Let's try this. So this is the hydrogeologic conceptual model. Basically, you can see that there's a fault, a frontal fault along the Sierras on the western side. And in addition, there is another fault that goes sort of across the playa and up toward Rose Valley. There's pumping that causes a cone of depression by wells. There's evapotranspiration that has water evaporate. So these are all different components of the water budget. The inflows include the subsurface inflow from Rose Valley, the mountain front recharge from either the Sierras or the Coso or Argus Range or the El Paso Range coming in toward the basin, and future inflows could be imported water or recycled water. The outflows of the water budget are the subsurface flow out towards Saltwell Valley, the playa evapotranspiration, and then groundwater pumping. Another outflow could be brackish water desalination, if that became a project. And then the difference in the inflows and outflows, just like a bank account, is the change of groundwater in storage, which is reflected by water levels. So the first model that was put together was contributed by the Navy. It was a historical calibration from 1922 to 2016. The Navy already had put in funding to DRI to develop a model over many years, and they had put Desert Research Institute had put out a report in 2016 summarizing their findings of storage for the Navy. The Navy agreed to pay for, and has, this is already completed work, of the model being updated for support of the GSP and to be recalibrated. The GSP was asking different questions. That's why it had to have different elements added into it. The main types of elements is that the Department of Water Resources requires for a GSP that we consider variable hydrologic conditions, not average annual conditions, but actually seasonality of the summer versus the winter, and in addition, dry years versus wet years. So that variability had to be put into the model. And that the previous model had been calibrated to rates of drawdown, and the new model needed to be calibrated to groundwater levels and water budget components. The third item that the model had to be changed for is that it needed to look at future planning horizons of 2040 and 2070. The last set of items here is just to reiterate what a model provides for planning for a GSP. It assesses the historical groundwater conditions. It estimates the hydrologic water budget, how much water is there for us to work with. It also identifies data gaps, because data is used to create the model, but sometimes we don't know what the actual data is. It's not been measured, so an assumption has to be put in the model. Those assumptions become data gaps. It assesses groundwater levels and quality trends over time and projected into the future, and it helps determine the sustainability criteria and measurable objectives, which are part of writing a GSP. And the last piece that it's been assigned to do is management scenarios, to actually look at what if we changed it like this. Will we get there? Will we get to what we're calling sustainability for the basin? Here's what the flow model looks like. It is a series of rows and columns. Those are all little squares that are 800 feet square, which roughly puts it to 14.7 acres per cell size. It's 6 layers. It's the steady state conditions where water levels are thought to have just been steady and staying the same was pre-1920. And then the transient model runs forward from that time period. This is the model layering. It's 6 layers. The left side is the west toward the mountains. The east side is to the right. And you can see that there are variable sizes within the layering. The model calibration, we're missing a number there. It should say to 2016 on the title. The black, I'm first going to go to the right-hand side of this slide. The black numbers are input to the model. The model is told this is how much recharge you have and where it is. Here is the pumping you have and where it is. And what the model calculates is with that, we have this much evapotranspiration, and we have this much flow to salt wells, and we have this much change of groundwater in storage. The process of calibrating a model is to first estimate what you think the water budget is, because part of the information you have is you have to tell the model, the equations, how much recharge you have and how much pumping you have. Then, looking at steady state conditions where there's no change in water level, you calibrate what's called hydraulic conductivity. It's an aquifer parameter that says how water moves through the system. Its units are feet per day or meters per day. So it's a rate at which water can move if it's stressed, like by a well to pump it. How fast can that water move through the system? And that's calibrated based on steady state conditions. Then you set up transient conditions, and we'll show some slides of what these look like. And you can calibrate for storage. How does groundwater change over time? How much water is in the pore space between the grains of sand or gravel or clay? Then then it's calibrating the faults. So how does water move across those fault lines? Because that becomes important. Are they a barrier to flow? Do they just slow down flow? And then calibrating the evapotranspiration. So those are the pieces that are done within the model. I guess that actually becomes the results. So all I put on here was the results, which show that the 95-year period, you can see that number, is different than the 2011 to 2015. I chose 2015 because that's sort of another year that Sigma puts in as a year to plan from. But you can see the changes over time. If you look at an average of 95 years, the change in storage per year is roughly 14,000 acre feet. If you look at just those 5 years from 2011 to 2015, you can see that the change in storage is roughly 25,000 acre feet per year, which is not sustainable in terms of water levels dropping and not changing. But this shows you what that water budget was for that historical period. The next period we'll look at is, we asked Desert Research Institute to run that historical model and then bring the pumping from its level of 27,740 acre feet in a year, bring it down to 7,650, which is the amount of recharge that is estimated to be coming from the mountains into the groundwater basin and replenishing the groundwater basin each year. And this is the results of that particular model run. If you look on the left, you'll see that there's 5 different, we're calling them model scenario areas, but there's one to the northwest, and then there's the navy, which is the yellow, then the orange is a southeast, and then we have a southwest section, and then we have El Paso, which is the green. The graph is showing groundwater levels at where those dots are placed within those basins. So you can see that the northwest, where there's more agriculture pumping, in the southwest there's more municipal pumping, and then under the southeast is where we'll have ridgecrest and pumping in that area. So the historical pumping, this is elevations on the left, and then years across the bottom. You can see where the historical pumping is shown on the graph, and then you can notice where the pumping has been greatly reduced from that 28,000 acre feet down to 7,650 acre feet. There is a bit of recovery of water levels, and then it levels off. This is just a predictive run to check how the model behaves and to look at how one would expect the basin. Does it make sense conceptually that the basin would recover some and then level off? So this was a proof of concept and gives us an idea of that the basin does have a natural ability, is predicted to have a natural ability with all the data that we have, a natural ability to respond to pumping being curtailed. This is a straight across the board, reduced proportionately However much the wells were pumping, they were all reduced to reach the recharge value for the basin. The next model run that was done was the baseline. This is continue pumping as that we have right now and continue it out in the future to 2070. It's called the no action model run. The assumptions are that we use 2020 through 2070 hydrology. That's the rainfall. The average rainfall here is like 4 inches a year. But in the mountains where the recharge comes from, it's much higher. So that all gets looked at and taken into account. That the mountain front recharge, it changes over time based on the specific hydrology for that year, if it's wet or if it's dry. And there's recharge from subflow from Rose Valley. The pumping assumptions are current management, and the output will be the water budget terms by basin and sub-management area. This is the simulated recharge to show that the model now has variability in it. The numbers are pretty small, so you're not going to be able to see them from this. But this presentation, these slides, I know will be posted. But also if you go to the GA's website and you get yourself into the TAC meeting, full slides are also placed there, along with all the output from these model runs, if you want to look further into the detail of it. But what this recharge slide shows is the proportion on the right on the map that the estimated recharge of that 7,650 acre feet, 2,400 is coming from Rose Valley, and 1,600 is coming from the Coso and Argus Range. But a lot of the recharge is coming off of the Sierras, as would be expected, because they're the highest mountains that intercept most of the storms. And then again, the graph on the left just basically shows how it was proportioned by year. But in addition to the years, it's also proportioned by month. It includes the monsoonal storms in the summers as well as the winter storms in the wetter season. The average over the 50-year period is still 7,650, but the individual years are different. They change and have the variability. The simulated pumping was how this number got developed was all of the major pumpers in the basin were asked to give us the information on their wells so that we had the actual location of the well as well as where it was pumping from. Was it pumping shallow groundwater? Was it pumping mid-range or deep groundwater? And also what their projected use of water was into the future so that we could perform this run. In addition to the major pumpers, an analysis was done on domestic wells and municipal wells and mutual well company wells to include those in the pumping. There's some ramp up, and a lot of the ramp up is due to population growth. That was also considered in this model run. So this simulated pumping for baseline, no action, is estimated to be 37,000 acre feet in a year on average. The results, this slide gets a little complicated. And there's two lines here, though it looks like there's just one. The black line is what was put into the model. Remember on one of the slides I said we hardwire the model and say you pump this much. put this much recharge in, and then it calculates what will happen all around it. But there's one thing that the model can't do, is it can't pump water if the water isn't there. So that blue line shows that roughly around, 2065, it's saying some of the water is not there at the wells that you put into the model. So it just says that starting in roughly in about 50 years, some of the existing wells and how they're represented in the model will not be able to pump the full allocation that they're asking for from the aquifer. Remember, the model is doing a mass balance all the time, and it looks to see where is my water level and can I take that much out of the pore space. So the model is not fully balanced at those particular times. It's saying what you're asking me to do, I can't give you all of it. The other piece to note on this is it doesn't handle shallow wells as well as we have to analyze the impact of shallow wells outside of the model. This current model has the upper layer at about 500 feet, and some shallow wells are shallower than 500 feet. The model thinks the whole model cell is available for pumping. So this isn't accounting for the shallow wells potentially being impacted by lowering water table. We plan on doing that outside the model by taking the water levels and doing a similar analysis that we did at a TAC meeting a couple months ago, and performing the same analysis using the model predicted water levels. I don't know if that, for some of you that I see from other meetings, you'll know what I mean. And this is the water budget. So it ends up being, like the checking account. Here's the calibration, those numbers you saw before. The baseline predicting out 51 years to 2070 shows a change of groundwater and storage of almost 31,000 acre feet per year with this pumping scenario. Now, these are averages per year. So in the beginning, it would probably be less, and then it becomes more as there's a little bit of ramp up in pumping for population growth. You can see the zeros. It doesn't. Some of our management scenarios are adding in recycled water or imported water. Those items are not in on the inflow yet, but the outflow, you can see how the model is handling it on an average basis. These are the drawdown results for the baseline. So this is over the 50-year period where the model's predicting, 70 feet in some areas, 20 feet in other areas, or 10 feet. But it shows, it gives us an idea of where the drawdowns and the impacts will be to water levels. The next model run we did was total dissolved solids against looking at it with baseline pumping. The purpose for this run is to see if there will be any degradation in groundwater quality over time if no action is done. This slide shows the sources of the assumptions that we put into the model of what its recharge water would have. These are in milligrams per liter. Standard drinking water, the secondary MCL, is 500 milligrams per liter. It's when you take a glass of water and the water tastes clear and refreshing. When you get closer to 1,000, it starts tasting salty and it doesn't taste as good. So the general water quality that we aim for is under 500. The Rose Valley inflow is estimated to be at 1,000 milligrams per liter. and that is from measurements that have been taken from wells in Rose Valley. The runoff from Coso and Argus is also estimated to be a little saltier. This is not brackish water. This is just, it has a saltier taste to it. The cleanest water, or the least the least TDS water, is coming off the Sierras and the El Paso range toward the basin. The water gets concentrated, the salts in the groundwater gets concentrated by evapotranspiration, which mostly takes place on the playa. The sinks include discharge to the solutes that get pumped from the valley and go to Searles Valley minerals, or if it precipitates on minerals itself. The initial conditions for the baseline model run are shown on this next slide. The model, this is vertically. The left side shows shallow, intermediate is the middle, and deep is on the far right. There's 6 layers to the model, but the TDS data, there's only sufficient data to really identify 3 vertical layers of TDS. So layers 2 and 3 are lumped together as intermediate, and 4, 5, and 6 are lumped together as deep. All those dots on there are wells that have TDS data. We took the most recent TDS data measured. Now, sometimes that's 1993, sometimes it's 2015, but we took whatever we knew as most recent to populate this database. The blue, the scale is on the lower right, so blue and green are, blue is under 500, green is under 1,000. Then when you start getting to the yellows and reds, that's more saltier water that would be considered toward the brackish side. The shallow water is fairly good in the left-hand map, mostly in the southwest and some to the west. But you can see that there's some green above 500 north of Inyokern and along Brown Road. The intermediate layer also represents some of the clays that are seen, especially in the northwest area and under the Navy's property. And it is yellow. That clay holds salts. And if intersected, the well will force salts into the fresh water. The El Paso Basin has very little data. The little data that we have of it does show water that is under 500 milligrams per liter. And so you can see the intermediate layer, the El Paso and the southwest is also basins also have groundwater that is less than 500. Then in the deep layer, sort of in the southeast, you can see that there is a well that's showing higher TDS levels, and that's controlling that southeast area for having poor quality water. The model was run from out to 2070, and what it predicts is these areas on the map that will change by more than 5 milligrams per liter per year. So if it's 50 years, 5 milligrams per liter per year would be 250 milligrams per liter. From the beginning to the end, that it would become slightly saltier. So what this graph shows is all three layers, the yellow being the shallow layer, the blue being the intermediate layer, and the brown being changes in the deeper layer from the predicted baseline pumping. And then it gives you a sense of the extents. We also have run, this is now the work that was completed for the TAC in February. The first scenario. So we plan on running 4 scenarios to look at sustainability within the basin. What are some plans that could be put together that could have the basin be sustainable by 2040 and manage that way through 2070? Let's see, this simulation, so it has seasonal monthly time steps, variable hydrologic conditions. The pumping one scenario is reduced pumping, either by ramping it down or for some agricultural interests, possibly continuing as it is, but having basically a shut-off year. We looked at imported water use, both storage and recovery wells for it, and recycled water use as an injection. The graph on the left shows a timeline, and if it's hard for me to see, I'm sure it's hard for you to see. I think it's 2025 is when recycled water comes on. 2030 is when imported water comes on. The baseline pumping is the black line at the top. You've seen this line before. Scenario 1 says, okay, that's my orange line. I'm going to drop the pumping off and get it to the 7650 just before 2040, when I need to be sustainable. The map on the right shows the 932 wells that are pumping within the model. The model results show this map on the left, the baseline you saw before. This is water level change. The minus 70 to the minus 10 on the left, those were the cones of depression after 50 years of no action. The map on the right shows the change in water levels. The bottom by El Paso was where there was mounding, which is red, and extraction wells of imported water. The plus 10 means that water level has actually come up by 10 feet, or minus 10 shows where it's gone down by 10 feet. The change in this, what this shows is that the basin is expected, if the pumping does get reduced to recharge, as one would expect, it can stabilize mostly throughout the basin. The fault is also shown on this because the fault does affect groundwater flow across it. The next modeling steps are to work with the TAC to develop the sustainable management alternatives. There's both the ad hoc group and the full TAC meetings, and the model keeps getting reviewed by the technical committees. The complete more model scenarios, and that will be both DRI and the TAC. Then the modeling documentation in the GSP sections. The brackish model runs are being conducted coincident with the sustainable management model runs. We don't have their output yet to see how that they might fit in, or if their time frame might be after the GSP is done. That's not known, but I know that the board is aware of their modeling contract going through your modeling contract with DRI. And that's it.
All done?
All done. Sorry, there was a lot to fit in there. It was like, okay, 5 model runs and yes.
So first thing I'll do is go ahead and open it to the board for any questions, comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right.
Yes.
Quick question on the management scenario 1 model run where you have simulated pumping. At the very end. Yes.
This one?
No, one more.
This one?
No, one more. That one.
Okay.
The red line shows us bringing in water at a certain time, bringing in recycled water at a certain time, and the black line is the pumping, and the red line is
the actual pumping by wells out of the groundwater aquifer.
Okay. So that red line shows from 2018 to about 2025 a decrease of about over 50% in pumping.
Correct.
Where's that decrease in 50% coming from?
Jeff's going to answer that. He's managing the...
Gene manages all the technical pumping. I'm involved in developing the management scenarios themselves and working with Gene to get those modeled. That's why I jumped up.
Okay.
We've mixed or incorporated a number of management concepts into this model run, and I have a whole series of slides that explain those that we haven't shown. We've incorporated the concept of a proportional ramp down of allocation, pumping allocation, over 20 years for all the pumpers except for the Navy and the domestic wells. We've then looked at the water demands, and there's one other concept that's in there, and that is there is a cliff pumping concept in there, and that concept includes, rather than proportionally ramping down, some of the orchards might want to be allowed to pump at a higher level, but then drop their pumping down after a fewer number of years than everybody else and drop it down lower to allow them to recover some of the economics of their trees. Where those reductions come in, the assumption is that there's a water market out there. And as certain pumpers' allocations are going down, we've assumed they would want to try and maintain their supply. And primarily the water district and Searles. We've assumed that through the water market, Searles and the water district would lease allocation from ag, and ag would reduce their pumping. And the reductions that you see are largely agricultural reductions in pumping. It does assume some conservation by a number of pumpers, but that's the largest point where you see reductions until we get to one where we have recycled water. Then there's the assumption that some of that will go to the city where it's irrigating so it can reduce its pumping, and also some of that can go to the water district where it's supplying water for landscape irrigation. So that allows the pumping to reduce, but some of the supply is still up. And then when imported water comes in, it fills in to meet demands, and pumping continues to ramp down to the sustainable level.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Another question?
Go ahead.
Back to Gene on the run, no action baseline run.
Yep.
The simulated and specified pumping results that shows the blue and the black line are the same, and then the blue line drops off.
That one.
Yep. Yes, that one. The blue. You said that you used the pumps that you're using to measure this. Are the 900 some odd pumps that you have?
We have 932 wells.
That you are reviewing, and you're using info from those 932 wells. This graph.
Correct.
How many wells? So, and it shows that about the year 2065, that those 932 wells aren't working.
Not all of them are.
Not all of them. Yeah, at some point they start decaying.
Yeah, not the whole water demand can't be met. Right.
What they were pumping before yesterday, they're not pumping today.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Got it. And that's 932. How many wells in the Indian Wells Valley? Anybody have any idea? I mean, close. Get an estimate.
That's how many we think there are.
Total 932 wells.
There may be more. But those are what we have right now, yeah.
Right.
We're still looking.
Okay, so I guess where I'm going to is, what wells are you not taking into account? Are you taking more shallower wells, or are there any wells that you're not taking into account with these wells? That you're not counting the Indian Wells Valley? I guess the answer is no.
No, we've correct. We have put in every well that we could estimate. All those blue dots.
Okay. So my understanding of the DRI modeling suggested that when I read the DRI report, suggested that in not too distant future there were going to be several wells along Brown Road that were going to go dry before the big M&I wells went dry. Could you talk a little bit about that and how those wells fit into this curve?
Okay.
Can I add a second aspect to that question? Maybe it's the same question, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question as well. When it relates to, because I understood that you said that it doesn't handle the shallow wells well, and so it doesn't account for lowering water tables on those shallow wells. Does his question, in your understanding, include those shallow domestic wells in terms of when we'll see an effect on them from the lowering groundwater table if nothing's done? Or is that a whole separate question that's not being addressed yet?
What I tried to clarify here is this will not address shallow wells because the model construction is that the upper layer is 500 feet. So this will only account once it drops below 500 feet. So the shallow wells have to be handled outside of this, and we are developing the methodology for taking the model output of water levels and matching that to what we have estimated shallow wells to be, to look at the impact to shallow wells. So this graph does not include shallow wells not pumping. It thinks that they're all still being able to pump because it made the shallow wells 500 feet. So we'll have to adjust that on the outside of the model, on the output of the model. This graph only shows wells that are greater than 500 feet being impacted by 2065. So it includes the pumping from the shallow wells. It does not include the impact to shallow wells.
Thank you, Gene. And so the pumping from the shallow wells, and shallow wells is defined, I assume a general description would be any well less than 500 feet.
Right.
Okay, so this curve assumes that those wells that are less than 500 feet are still pumping water.
Correct.
And we know that physically that's just not possible.
No, there are wells that are 400 feet.
So does that suggest that this curve is going to get worse, or does it suggest that this curve is a reasonable picture of the future?
It is worse than
thank you very
this
much.
in terms of wells.
Appreciate
yes.
it. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Mick, just one quick
Yes, sir.
clarification for you, too, because we've talked about this before. Realistically, with the drawdowns you see in the map that she put up there, realistically under this scenario, and again, remember for the audience, this is a baseline model, no actions. We just close our eyes and keep going for 50, 60 years with the pumping we've projected. So remember that, okay? But basically, realistically, all of the shallow wells, all of the mutual wells, unless there's a very unusual deep mutual well out there, would be out of water.
Got it.
Realistically.
Thank you.
So
and that's why we're here.
Right.
We're here specifically so this curve doesn't ever happen.
And before she gets done, I'd like Jean to walk through real quickly the work she already did on shallow wells, which was not for the model, but we did do some assessments on shallow impacts based on historic impacts. We can do that in a minute.
Okay, but my last question. Gene, I've heard through the grapevine, heard about your confidence. So I think maybe I asked you and talked to you, maybe I got this from you, that your confidence level in this program, the model is about 90%. Is that about right?
I would think right.
Your confidence level in this model is about 90%.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I didn't ask Jean, but that's what I said.
Okay.
That's probably true. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, given the data gaps for it, it's a good planning tool.
How would you assess your confidence in the data that the assumptions that we're making going into the front end of this modeling system? How would you describe? Do you have a percentage for that?
The rigor, both from Desert Research Institute and the TAC that reviewed it, 95%, 99%. I mean, the rigor that went into the data that was collected to put into that model with what they had.
You feel it's pretty good?
Yep. Yes, it's very good.
But there is a margin of error still associated with those numbers. So the 7650 is not an absolute.
Oh, right. It's not an absolute.
It is the process where we're using it and entering the data is good, but the value of the data, that 7650 number, could it have a 50% margin of error or a 25% margin of error or a 10% margin of error?
I don't know
with
what
all
that
the work,
error is.
but
there has been so much work done on recharge. I think this is a very comfortable number to plan with. Yes.
I think comfortable is the word I was looking for, and thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm done, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board or questions? I have a quick one. Basically, the baseline that you're using for pumping is around 36,000. How did we get there? Because most of the public are aware of the cooperative group with their chart, which puts us at around 25,000 acre feet. And all of a sudden, we're doing baselines based on 36.8. How did we get there?
How it occurred was we went to the Technical Advisory Committee has members from all major pumpers. We went to the Technical Advisory members and asked them to give us numbers for their baseline projected number. That includes the water district, the different large ag, small ag, domestic user, Navy. They gave us numbers, and we presented them at the TAC. There were some jumps in pumping, yes. Different people had their different reasonings, but we took the information that we were given. The largest input, the largest jump, some was from Mojave pistachio for growing, the trees growing larger, so they would require more water. Some was from Meadowbrook looking at what their literal plans were, and they recently put in a couple wells, and what their acreage was. So those were the two bigger numbers. But in addition, we had a better cooperation with small ag. There was an outreach to small ag from the TAC, and we got like 10 small ag people that came forward and gave us numbers and their estimates. We also had the Navy ask, say what their it was like what their planning numbers were, because it's hard for them to plan also, but they gave us a number. So what we're still putting together is the technical memorandum to the TAC of how each number, what goes under each number. There is a graph. We probably didn't bring the graph of the proportioning out to every different entity.
So this is really, which I guess you call it worst case scenario?
Worst case scenario. Everybody's planning numbers. If we did no action, what is your plan on the use of water if there wasn't a constraint put on?
Because I know you don't have a crystal ball, but there's all kinds of things that can reduce that number.
Right.
It could be voluntarily reduced. It could be brackish water treatment out in Cerral's Valley. It could be all kinds of different things. And since you don't have a crystal ball, those are the things that worry me, because I believe they will occur over time. And I just think we're looking at worst case scenario here. And this is scary, and I'm sure.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
And the baseline of no action usually is the scariest number you will look at, because it is unconstrained.
Right. Okay, so we just basically said to the pumpers, give us what your estimates are going to be over the coming years, and we just took that for face value, and
Correct.
That's what you want. It doesn't take into account anything about possible allocations, other sources
No,
of
no,
water, nothing?
no.
Okay.
And then the management runs get compared to it so that you can see, oh, this is how much we could improve, or this might work or won't work.
Okay.
Couple of thoughts, Ron, on that, just so hopefully clarification. One of the things we did do is we made sure once we got that information in from everybody that we assembled it, put it in a table, and ran it back through the TAC to make sure that the TAC as a whole, because that's what they're here for, is our technical advisory, made sure that as a whole they're good with the numbers we were going to run on the baseline. That's very important that we get buy-in before we did it. We knew they were big numbers when we did it, and we emphasized the need for buy-in going forward. Everybody buys in, so we did that. I want to also point out that there was a very modest growth factor in there for the city, because I know there's interest in the city for development and growth. And then the last bit of clarification is, as you're describing it very, very accurately, that this is like a worst-case scenario. This is do nothing. I described before. This is if we do nothing. If Sigma went away and there was no restrictions, no legislation, everybody just did what they wanted to do, this is what it would probably look like. And so that is a good baseline to compare, and it's good for us to show DWR when we develop our plan what it could be compared to what we're going to do. So that's good. The other thing that's important to know is that that's a bookend on one side. On the other side, she showed you a run where we ran proportionally running down everybody's pumping down to the 7650 in like 2018 or 19, a couple of years, 2020. Ramp everybody down to the replenishment amount, and as a bookend, obviously that's not really practical. I mean, well, I'm just going to say my view. I don't think that's really practical. But what that showed is that the other bookend is, as a tool, the model seems to work, and we're pretty good. We have a modeling tool and a goal to get to. We know that if we can get things down to that level, the basin will stabilize. What elevation we're at when it stabilizes, we got to figure that out. But we do have two bookends. That's the important thing. We have bookends.
Yeah,
quick question on that graph. Don't move that graph. I just got a quick question. When I looked at that graph, I said to myself, that validates the 7650 number.
Yeah.
Is that? Am I interpreting that graph correctly, or am I missing
yes,
something?
you are.
Yep. Yeah.
So this says that tells you, the scientists looking at this, that 7650 number must be pretty good because it balances us all off.
I really liked this model run that they ran. It gave me a high confidence level that working with a tool that's reasonably accurate. But again, just to emphasize, it is just a tool.
Got it.
And we're all making the assumption the model's right, but the model does match the information that we're getting from the technical folks. So yeah, the higher level of confidence is there.
Okay, can I ask one more question?
Please do.
I don't mean
No, go right ahead.
Okay, I think I have the graph.
I'll hold my thoughts.
You talked about that shows what everybody was pumping in 2016, recent pumping, and what their estimated pumping is as you were collecting data for feedback to put in here. Yeah. And it shows across the board, from the top to the bottom, almost everybody's consumption increased in 2020 versus 2016. Right. And I'm scratching my head, trying to figure out why that is. And I think it's because, my question is, doesn't Sigma, and maybe I need a legal answer on this one, doesn't Sigma say clearly that you cannot increase your pumping allocations from the date from January 1st, 2015 or 14, or whatever that date was? That you can't, there's no race to the pump and we cannot increase those numbers?
I believe it's more focused on the ability to increase pumping to establish a water right. Doesn't mean you can't increase it, but you're not going to get a water.
So
all of the accounting stops back. So the work we're doing on our model runs, the work we're doing and our base allocations for everybody are based on a loose look, with Jim Markman, a loose look at water rights law.
Got it.
And we're using pumping that goes, right now we are looking at using, nothing's been finalized, looking at using average pumping from 2010 through 2014. No, go farther than that. So it's 10 years. 2014, okay. 10 years back.
Thanks. And my final point, average, which is why I brought this up, is because we use these numbers in this modeling run, it does not reestablish their rights.
Absolutely
not. Overlying rights. Because the Navy gave you a number does not establish that right. I heard you say that the Navy gave you a number.
Right. Well, and so did Searles Valley Minerals.
And they all gave you numbers.
They
And
all
none of
gave
those
me
numbers
numbers. They
have
gave
any
me
value
exactly
in a-
where
in
the
a-
wells
okay.
were located.
Just a model run.
Right.
Thank you. I'm done. I mean it.
And did we ask, are there justifications for these numbers that companies say, like the city might say, we're expecting, a 2% growth, or the water district might say, are there any justifications in these numbers, or did we just took them for face value?
Well, no, we had discussions.
I'm not saying the
with
Navy
them.
needs to give us justification.
No,
Yeah,
we had discussions with them
Okay.
and they all gave us their reasoning for what their numbers are.
Mm-hmm. Because, when you look at these numbers and you look at the percentage increase by group, they're pretty modest, except in the agriculture, obviously. And I think Mick's gone to the point as well as the Navy may have given you this number 2041, but at any time that might change to 5,000. And the Navy has the right to do that.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So it was stated, we had multiple emails, even from the water resource manager to some of the board members, I believe, that we need these numbers. I mean, it was down to the wire. We need some number to plan forward with of no action. So they're all established numbers. We did not estimate them, other than for domestic and mutuals.
So it's, again, as I understand, it's worst case scenario.
Yep.
That I would expect that we're going to see that improve immensely as we drill down into whether it be allocations or outside sources or things like that. And my last comment is I noticed that you keep mentioning recycled water as part of the district, for landscaping. At this particular point, I don't believe the district has any infrastructure to distribute tertiary water.
Right.
So all it would really do, if it was distributed by somehow and used some way, would reduce the demand on the district's requirement if there were purple piping systems out there. So, when you show that within the graphs, and I know you haven't put what happens with allocation and importing water and such, you keep having that part for the district as 2,000 acre feet, and I don't see where that is, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I see it as tertiary water that's used to help offset the use of district users that are using them for landscaping.
That's exactly what it is.
Right, which is a purple pipe system, which is a whole different scenario than saying that's part of our allocation or use.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The intent there, Ron, is to provide the water as an in-lieu supply so that we reduce pumping in our model. Because remember, we're doing scenarios to see what the impacts of certain levels of pumping are. So when we have an alternative source of water, we want to put it in play and then select a location where a concurrent amount of pumping is reduced. That's the whole point. It's just for modeling.
John, you have something?
Yeah, and it's actually on this slide, so that's great. With regard to the recycled water assumption there, where did that assumption come from, and does that assumption plan for any potential increases in recycled water generation?
Yeah, the city did a study, I think, in 2015 about basically replacing and upgrading their existing wastewater treatment plant. And the quantities of water that are assumed here came out of that study. Now, currently, some of that water is put into, is just disposed of in evaporation percolation ponds. We have done a conceptual work and put out a draft memo that talks about a purple pipe system from that new wastewater treatment plant to distribute it around for both the city to use. This is all conceptually. The city to use for irrigation to replace groundwater that it's pumping for irrigation, and potentially for the water district to use where there's large landscape irrigation users, and they would use recycled water. So the quantities are out of the city's study.
And is there any model scenario being developed where that recycled water would increase in the number that's available? I mean, my current understanding is that there's a little less than 1,000 acre feet, 750 which go to the Navy for their golf course, and the rest goes to the city for their alfalfa fields and the endangered fish species where the percolation is relevant to. But is there any scenario or modeling scenario being developed where the amount of recycled water will actually be increased based off of the assumption that additional facilities to recycle the water and reuse the water will be built?
Well, we did assume that the wastewater that would be available to treat would increase over the year. We put a growth factor into that to mirror, potential growth with a population within the city. That's the source of the wastewater that's then treated for the recycled water. Yeah. So we did have a growth over time in there.
That's Ron's task.
Okay. Right. And he did, I don't know if you know this, but they did do an analysis of what happens if we extend the sewer system. Yes. Did you not? In other words, capture a lot of the septic systems, but it became very uneconomical. Yes. It just was way out of line. So that came off the board, I understand?
He's been reading what we've been doing. We tried to look at whether it was economic to expand the wastewater collection system farther out beyond its current limits to see if we could generate more recycled water. And as some of the TAC members predicted, that was very expensive to do.
So just to make sure I understand what's being said, the current expectation is that there's not a lot of potential to expand the availability of recycled water compared to current availability.
There is growth over, definitely is growth. There will be more.
New plant.
Okay. I guess what's confusing me in this graph then is the line is straight.
Oh, sorry.
But it's in 2025. It's done by then.
That's not. I'm sorry. That's not meant to represent the quantity of recycled. Oh, I'm sorry. It is too. It is too. That's the average. That's the average over the period, including the growth.
Yeah.
Got it. Second question on this graph with regard to the effect of the imported water that's assumed on the pumping. Is it assumed that the imported water is just spread without being placed back into the basin? Or would folks be also pumping that water back out? And I'm just not sure how that's reflected in the reduced pumping.
Gene didn't go into that. In this scenario, there's one concept where water is taken out of the L.A. Department of Water Power Aqueduct, and it's recharged into the El Paso area. Now, the groundwater in the El Paso area is restrained from flowing into the main part of the basin by a fault. So the concept includes new wells around that recharge area, because nobody's really using water down there, new wells around that recharge area that would pump it out, and there would be a pipe system to take it where the users are. So that's a lot
an off-site storage and recovery system. So the pumping would be reducing in our pumping areas, and we would store and recover water off-site to supplement the water supply.
Got it. So that new pumping, which doesn't exist yet, isn't reflected in the stimulated pumping because we're only looking at the pumping for today and how that would move forward. Okay.
Well, actually it is, because when we showed the drawdown down in that area, we showed increases in drawdown down in the El Paso area. It is, but it doesn't affect where these folks are pumping.
It's not reflected in this table of pumping, you're right, because it is isolated from everything else. Steve's point was it was reflected in the contours we looked at.
Yeah,
you saw
for that area, that off-site area. Now, to your point, just for the audience, everybody knows, we're looking at 3 more model runs. The next model run will likely look at taking that imported water and putting it where the pumping zones are and seeing if we can pump out additional water from the native water and put additional imported water there and pump more water there rather than off-site. In other words, replenish at the same location we're pumping. That's the next model run.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, in fact, I was going to ask you any questions.
Just one. I want to make sure I understand the same graph here. So just looking, let's say, like 2045, where everything stabilizes out there somewhat, and there's not a lot of changes or adds. Am I reading this right? So it's a compilation of imported water, which I guess is 15,000 acre feet, the 7650, which is what the pumping is at, and then whatever the recycled number is, I'm looking at it to be about like 1,000, I guess, by the size of the graph there. Yeah. So that would be the available water for use within the valley.
Yes.
That's a compilation of those three. So, our worst case is like the baseline was saying we needed 38,000 acre feet and whatever change. And we're going to have like just under 25,000 by the time you add those together. That's what this.
That's what that scenario was looking at.
Assumes.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions?
I do have one question.
Yes, I was going to get. You're next.
So on the to go back to the 37,000, the assumption of the current utilization, I'm a little confused, and if maybe I apologize if it was worked out and I just missed it. But do we know what percentage of that 37,000 acre feet is actually accounted for currently through data that was received versus what we had to, kind of extrapolate out or assume was the utilization from those who didn't respond or we didn't have access to their information?
I think the answer might be if you look at what we had for 2016 and compare it to the 37 long-term average, that would be a comparison. That's the best.
Yeah, the vast majority of the increase from the latest information we have on actual pumping to what we used in the baseline which is what people told us they would pump, without Sigma, no constraints. The vast majority of that is increases that people told us. We did very little estimating that led to any significant increases in pumping. The one thing we did do is we selected, I think, a growth factor for a water demand within the water district. That I believe was our number. But all the rest of the increases, I think, almost all of them came from the actual producers that we asked for information.
Yeah, and this is a clarification because I think Ron mentioned something about asking about understanding where the numbers come from. I want to make sure it's clear that we did inquire, the TAC inquired, we did get explanations for a lot of the reasons why the water use is going up. That doesn't necessarily mean that we agreed with those reasons. We just documented why they did it, made sure there was some reason or some justification for it. Doesn't mean that we're saying that, that makes sense to do that. I want to make, just trying to make sure that we get everybody satisfied with our first run.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I guess my question is, of the 900 plus wells that are there, I'm sure we did not have 100% participation on those submitting. So, what percentage of that did we have to make some assumption along the way based on their utilization, or were no assumptions made and we've only used hard data that we've received?
So we only used hard data from the larger pumpers. The domestic wells are roughly 832. So we roughly had 100, maybe 80 to 100 of those wells are large pumpers, and those were numbers supplied to us. And then all the domestic and mutuals, which are like that 832, most of the little wells, we made assumptions on.
Got it. Thank you. And there's such minimal use that the impact is really with those 100
correct
big wells. Thank you.
That's why we targeted the large wells and asked them specifically.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you for clarifying.
One other thing, Ron, I just want, for clarification, to put a sort of a ring around this because I had some discussions with Mick on the side, but people have talked about this, the baseline where we're pumping the average of 37,000 acre feet for the next 50, 60 years, and it shows that we're running out of water in some wells. All of that, okay? It's a really simple calculation because people have talked about how much water we have in storage, 2.5 million, whatever it is, 3 million, whatever we have. But if you take just the 37,000 less the 7,000 replenished, you take 30,000 acre feet times 50 years, that's 1.5 million acre feet. So that's representative. So another correlation of the work that we're being done on the model says that we've got some level of correlation between all the studies that have been done in the past and the amount of water we have in the basin and the model run we've run and how much overproduction we're looking at for 50 years, how much depletion there is and what the impact might be. They're kind of lining up, just to let you know.
Okay. It just shows that there's many pieces to this puzzle.
Yes.
And all that's going to get changed as time goes on as those pieces fall in place. And it convinces me more than anything else, obviously, that the biggest issue to solve here is going to, I don't see how we can get around imported water, but that's just my opinion at this point. And from there, any other questions before I open it to the public? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and open the public. If they have any questions.
Judy Decker. I want to thank Jean Moran for her extremely clear, knowledgeable presentation that she gave to you today. It was excellent, Jean.
Thanks.
Stan Rotora. I may have misunderstood Mick's question earlier or misunderstood the answer, but I think the question that Mick asked about the curve that came down and then stabilized was whether or not that validated the 7,700 acre-foot recharge number. And I guess my feeling is, regardless of what the recharge number was put into the model, as long as you take out the same amount, you would expect it to stabilize. So what we're really validating or verifying is the software model. We're not verifying that the number of recharge that we put in was correct. It could be a couple thousand higher or lower. As long as you took the same amount out, you would expect it to stabilize. So I don't recall what the question was totally, or what the answer was, but I wanted to make sure that we weren't trying to use the model as justification for verifying what the recharge is. They're independent and uncorrelated. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. That makes it I'm even more clear now. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Elaine Mead, and thank you for having that slide up. That's exactly what I need. I have two questions on this. The future pumping, it says that the pumping is reduced proportionately. That is when you refer to allocations. Right now, you're talking about everybody cutting back at the same percentage to stay in the same picture that they are today?
Oh, Jeff. Okay. He has an answer. Go for it.
This modeling run isn't necessarily about allocation. This is a modeling hydrogeologic exercise to see if we, to Stan's point, if we get the pumping down to what the recharge is, how quickly will the levels stabilize? How much will they bounce back, and how fast will they bounce back? This was not intended to be a management scenario or be a proposal for allocations. We simply reduced everybody proportionally as a way to get that pumping down there.
That's what I was at. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Thank you. My next question is, were different quantities of pumping used for each of the areas where it actually represented the pumping that is currently taking place in each area?
If I have your question, you're asking if the pumping that occurs on Brown Road was on Brown Road, the pumping that was in the southeast those were all proportionately lowered. So let's say it's 100, each of them are 100, they would all have been reduced. No, that doesn't say it quite yet either, but it is all proportional. So the volume pumped, the percentage that was pumped from the southwest, it stayed at the same percentage compared to the northwest. And
that was my question.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
David St. Amand, just a question to clarify my own understanding. We had the two bookend runs.
Right.
One was the worst case scenario. In the worst case scenario, that included importation of water. Is that right?
No.
No.
It did not. Okay, thank you.
Any other public comments or questions? All right, if not, we'll move along then.
Thank you for being brief, Gene.
That's right.
And the financial update and review.
So I will be presenting item number 9
Alan Christensen will present item 10. I think, do we have a slide here? Okay. No, that's the poem. In your package, you have a forecasted, I'll refer to as a cash flow, which was a collaborative effort of Alan Christensen, Carmina Morales from the county, and Heather Steele from Stetson, and myself. Just as an example, we needed to do a little better job on the forecasting. And as I said, as an example, the assessment of pumping fees, and the initial forecast that was done, there was an assumption that $63,000 per month would be collected. And I think we all realized that due to seasonal pumping, that's not an accurate number. So that was changed. I went through myself and allocated that the best way that I could based on the numbers that were turned in that Gene Moran referred to for the major pumpers reported their pumping going forward from 2020. We're in 2019, so I assumed that 2019 and 2020 were going to be similar. So I used those totals for the major pumpers, where we had actual numbers, where we collected fees in September, October, November, and December. I used those actual numbers for all the major pumpers. Of course, I had privy to all the pumping information for the water district, so those numbers were actual numbers as well. So we did spread out the pumping fee assessment. Of course, this is our best guess. Now, some of these numbers, in particular, the Proposition 1 grant reimbursables, that is a conservative guess. We don't know for sure when we would get reimbursement, but made an attempt to portray when we thought that money would come in and how much that would be. I need to reconcile one number that you might notice off the bat. If you look at the column for the 2019 totals, you'll see total expenses of $2,106,137.83. And then if you go down to the income line, you'll see an income of $1,718,747.20. There's a difference there of $387,390.63, and that may be a little concerning just if you look at those numbers. But also look at the December number at the total net. You'll see $83,009.84. The number that's missing is there's a cash balance at the end of December of 2018 of $395,700.47. So if you subtract that delta of $387,390.63, that's where the $83,0934 comes in. So although it's not a lot, it does show that there is some money left over by the end of December. And again, you know, the sources of revenue primarily are the pumping fee assessment and the reimbursables from the Prop 1 grant. I feel fairly confident that the pumping fees are about accurate. When I ran the total for those, as you can see, is $762,972.77. If we make the assumption that it's going to be $63,000 a month, that comes up to $756,000. So it's close to the original estimate, a little bit more. Again, the wild card in all this is the reimbursables from the Prop 1 grant, when those come through and how much they are. We did get, in this revision that you see, Stetson did provide an update on their projected expenses going forward. So all those numbers are new. We did add a line for Markman, his legal firm, and those numbers are based on approximately 17 and a half hours a month of their assistance. So that could be more, could be less. Again, it's our best guess at this time. Then you see a line item under the expenses for DRI, et cetera. That is primarily DRI. And doing the model runs that Gene was talking about, there are 3 more model runs to do. So that's where you see the first part of the year is kind of loaded a little top heavy, and then it levels out after that into the second half of the year. So that's our forecast. If there are any questions.
I got a couple quick ones.
Sure.
Under October, there's a DWR expense of $23,208. What is that?
That and the one in March are as a result of the initial grant that the Groundwater Authority received for administrative.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's for disadvantaged communities.
Okay. And then also, I tried my life to come up with how you came up with that net number on the bottom. And tell me how that's arrived at. Each column has a net number.
Which one?
If you look at any of the columns, January, February through March, that bottom line, total net.
Right. Okay, so as I said, there's a cash balance of $395,747, which doesn't show on there.
Okay, that's...
So we're seeing expenses of $231,902. So that would be your...
I see what you're saying. Basically, we started out with a cash balance of the net amount available, correct?
Correct.
And then each month, as you're basically adding
you've got
the income
you're
and
adding,
taking the
correct
expense out. Okay, that's where I couldn't come up with.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So what you're saying is that based on the income and the expenses, that we're, it looks like April, May, pretty bad. In terms of available money.
Yeah, again, if you look at the total at the end of the year, there's a significant negative variance, but because of that beginning cash balance,
right,
it levels out by the end of the year.
So what you're saying is by the end of December, at the current rate of income and the billing for the grant, we'll have about $8,300
That's
in the bank.
That's conservative, yes. And again, what we would do, obviously, is every month as we get more information, we'll update this to give a more accurate picture to the board.
Okay. Any other questions from the board on this?
Ron, I just wanted to add one thing real quick, and that is we have the progress report and the invoice for Prop 1 grant funding is at DWR. We are waiting for them. They gave us comments on a first draft. Those have been addressed and sent back to them, still as a draft. Our belief is that unless we get any other comments, they'll come back to us and say the progress report looks good or some minor changes. The invoice looks good. Finalize it and send it in, and it will be processed. So we're trying to move that process along.
And your best guess is June.
That's a
guess.
You're right.
Is what it is. Okay. All right.
I do have a question. On the months where the cash balance goes negative significantly, how do we intend to, cover our expenses, or what do we intend to do from an actual cash flow standpoint to bridge those months before the grant funds come in?
That's a good question.
Yeah. I assume Stetson works for free.
Yeah.
No, it's a good question, though. I was going to ask the same question myself. What's our cash flow scenario if and when the state takes longer than we hope to give us the reimbursement grants?
I don't have the big answer, but we actually ran into this a little bit last year. I'm getting to shut up from my people and the staff here. But we have worked with the authority before to defer payment of invoices over a few months as needed to help. So we are again. I commit to help.
You just hold off the guy's pay, right? Is that?
I got the don't do it.
I know. I saw him shaking.
I was waiting for you to say that. I didn't want to say anything.
Well, we will. We have before. We're in this. I know it's your money and we're spending it, but we're in this together. We're trying to solve this problem just like you guys. So we're working. We're going to work with you.
Yeah, and I'll have more questions when we come to the budget proposal as well, which is, I believe, actually next, is it not?
Yeah. Yes.
So, do we need any action on this, or this is just for information at this particular point?
For information, I think you're looking to approve the budget the next item.
So it leads us into the budget. So unless there's any other questions on this from the board, I'll move ahead to the line item for the 2019 budget.
Are you there, Alan?
There?
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it clear?
Clear as mud.
All right, good. Sorry we couldn't make it over the hill today. It was impassable, I guess. So this is Alan Christensen from the county of Kern. I've worked with some of the staff and Dawn to develop a formal budget. What happened, just to kind of go backwards, looking back into last year, your authority passed a pump fee. the thought at the time was that pump fee, along with the pump fee calculation, showed all of the revenues and expenditures associated with the groundwater authority in that sort of fee effort, so the belief was that would be sort of the budget going forward. However, as we discussed it amongst the staff, we felt that it would be best to have to go with tradition and as standard practice, agencies adopt a budget so that there's some expenditure control. That's the whole point of a budget, as a spending plan. So what we have done is we have gone through those fee calculations and tried to extract those numbers out of there as the budget. The budget sheet that we gave you initially, and we have a new sheet for you because since the printing of the agenda, we had some discussions with Stetson and needed to include some expenditures that had already occurred and identify projects that were not in the original budget. And so what you have before you is a modified budget. It's about a couple $100,000 less than the original the budget you have in your packet. And so I will go through to try to explain as best I can what's going on here, although I think Don's introduction with the financial report sort of got you thinking about how this is all working. Again, remember, this is not a cash flow statement. This is just a spending plan for the 2019 calendar, which is also the fiscal year. When you look at revenue, the biggest revenues are those first three items: $1.3 million grant funds for GSP preparation. You have a couple of other grant programs for water conservation and water audit, leak detection, so forth. And those are what we believe are the remaining amounts left to expend. So some small amounts have been expended. Almost not quite, about $150,000 of the GSP preparation, and $15,000 to $20,000 in each of those two grant amounts, the smaller grants. You'll see also that there's an exact match between the revenue, the Prop 1 revenue, and the expenditures associated with those in the area below in expenditures. So those match exactly. That's only intended for reporting purposes. As you saw, cash flow is going to be a little different. The revenue will tail the expenditures because of the way that DWR reimburses and takes a considerable amount of time to do that. You'll see that we have the Stress Counties grant. Again, I'm going over revenue. We have about $40,000 left in that original grant, which was $250,000 towards the Indian Wells Valley groundwater basin. So that's just retention money. In other words, as soon as a couple of things are completed, items are completed with regard to the GSP, we will be able to draw down those funds. You have an advance of funds from Kern County. That's the approximate remaining balance of what's in the fund from that initial $500,000 grant. So you've got roughly half of it, a little less than half. And then pump fee revenue, $738. I just noticed that I'm not sure why the number didn't carry forward, but the number is different. Unfortunately, you have a higher number in the financial report. It's not the end of the world that's occurred, but I'd have to go look and see why there's a difference. It should have been the same. However, the revenues do match the expenditures. That's sort of the summary of the revenue side of it. On expenditures, I've already gone over the the grant funds. There are a number of line items that are that we extracted from the fee calculation. Probably the next, starting with the $70,000 for PAC and tax support, down to budget and administration, about 7 or 8 lines down, about 9 lines down, that were originally set up, assuming we would have a general manager. That never happened, and so what's happening is that we've talked to Stetson, and they are charging whatever expenses they have to some of those light items, but much of that has been has been unexpended. And then there's some other items for travel, insurance. You just approved some insurance last meeting. Conferences and training. There's no expenditures yet for that, and miscellaneous. There's nothing charged to that yet. You'll see that there's costs for once upon a time the city had asked for reimbursable costs leading up to the formation of the Groundwater Authority, legal costs and so forth. $210,000. We have an estimate of $200,000 of legal costs. We don't think we'll go that high, but we put that in there as part of the fee calculation and left it in for the budget. As you go down, the next 5 line items are additional projects that Stetson is working on. There's a TSS grant support. They can explain that a little more to you if you have questions about it. Brackish water support. Again, these were not part of the original fee calculations. They are subsequently were taken on by Stetson. Imported water RFP and consultant coordination. Allocation, that's allocation process support. That's the legal that's the discussion with the major pumpers and those meetings that are occurring with our outside attorney. And then Navy COSO funding support. The reserve of $221,000, $138, that comes directly out of the fee calculation. That will, if there are any overages in any of these items, that's where the reserve will be used from. Again, $2.972 million budget again for 2019. I guess at this point I can try to answer any questions if I can. Hopefully I answered some of it, but I'll open it up for the board if they have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Don, do you have anything to add before I have a few questions?
No.
Okay. Does the board mind if I ask a few questions first before I open up to you? Because I got a few good ones. Sure. This is a combination between your budget and the cash flow. I mean, shouldn't there be a correlation between your revenue I'm seeing on your budget and the cash flow itself? Or am I missing something there? For instance, pumping fees are different. I don't see the Kern County, the advance on the revenue portion of 2018 cash flow. I haven't done all the math right in my head on here, but it looks like the grant reimbursement number is different as well. But so is there a reason why the cash flow doesn't match the projected revenue for 2019?
I can go through individually. As I mentioned previously, I'm not sure why we picked up a different number for the pump fee revenue than what is on the cash flow. That should have been the same. Again, I'd have to go research why that is the case.
Okay.
The reason why the second thing you mentioned about was the county's advance. The reason the way it shows on the financial report is that it's part of that net. So we didn't show it as a revenue because we were using that. Yeah, it was a one-time sort of cash flow infusion, and it would show on the so once we started spending it, it was available in the total net. If you went back to January, for instance, Don explained to you that there was, and I don't have the number offhand, but it was, Carmina, what is it, 300? $352,000 was the balance in January. Well, that the revenue from the Kern County Advance is in that net number at the end of December. So we just, again, we're looking at cash flows with the financial report. This is looking at an annual reconciling of what revenue was being used. Could we have shown it differently? Sure, we could have put a line item in income called Kern County Advance and not showed the carryover. But this carryover we use. This is what we're using internally as a staff to track the cash flows. So we just use the format that we've been using.
So basically what you told me is the County of Kern Advance is in that net figure already as a starting figure, which Don told me wasn't on here.
Right. And in fact, in the January $212,000, some of it's in there. If you went back to December, some more of it would be in the December number.
Okay, I'm not going to go down the expenditures, but I'm going to ask a general question about them. I'm sure that when you looked at this, there's no duplication in terms of, Prop 1 application reporting, IWV TAC PAC support costs. Is there money in there? Is it scattered throughout? So I'm going to I hate to use the word assumption that you've cleaned these up enough that you're not having duplicate costs in any of these categories. Is that correct?
Well, you can. I believe so. Yes. That's why we made the adjustment. We made some adjustments of figures down because we wanted to get a better number. That the whole point of having a budget is to save money, not to spend money recklessly. Well, yes, I believe that is the case. A lot of that will a lot of your concerns will happen on a month-to-month basis as you start looking at, like for instance earlier you mentioned there was a board member that asked they'd like to see some more detail on some of these expenditures. I think that your continued vigilance will be helpful. But from our perspective, we're going to and again I take the lead from the general manager at this point. We're helping, but we're going to be on these line items on a monthly meeting to make sure that we understand, what's been spent and what is still outstanding. I will say that my experience with budgeting is, again, like for instance, we have a worst case number for legal costs of $200,000. Well, we're only going to pay the bills that come forward. It's in that line item, we expect it'll come in much less than that. But we have money to spend in case it does come in high. The same thing can be said of the total expenditures. It is. I would be very, very surprised if we spent every dollar of this budget. Like most budgets, they come in lower. That's the whole point, is to stay within a limit. So.
Alan, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think you've answered my question, but I have some more.
Sure.
First of all, you made a good point that we don't want any, I guess you said a point that month by month we're going to see what truly is going to happen here, because it's tough to do a month-by-month budget. But the point is, I don't want to see any big surprises. And then as a general comment, I could make general comment on some of the line items, and I might do that at another section, because I believe that money is obviously one of our biggest concerns here, and we have some things coming up that I want accounted for. Like, for instance, I noticed the reserve went up to $221,000 from the original $30,000. But my point about all this whole process is, and Don, I know you're working on it as well, is I've been talking about this for a couple of years up here. This is difficult at best to understand. I don't know the basis for how these charts and things are put together. These don't appear to me to be standard practices that you would normally see in budgets and expenditures and cash flow. It's almost like we just created spreadsheets. And a good example would be this, and I'm disappointed that I don't see it. I would hope to see on the budget, what did we budget in 2018? What was the actual in 2018? And what was the difference in 2018? So I could have some comparison to look at for 2019. So needless to say, I mean, I see we have a budget here. We need to approve it. And it's a preliminary one. We may very well, because I can tell you this, I may be looking for a revised budget down the road that's going to be more accurate on how it's predicting, especially when it comes to, I know it's difficult, we're just getting started in this organization, but I don't want surprises, and I do know that we're going to have expenses coming, at least I feel we're going to have expenses coming forward, and we may be discussing some of those today. So, and I know, Don, I think that you said that the water district get more involved in the process and the reports and such. I hope that's true because, again, this is, simple things like why doesn't the the revenue show up on the cash flow? And I don't, to me, it should be the same thing or a good explanation. And then when I start looking at these line items, I've done a lot of budgeting through my lifetime in a lot of businesses. And yes, you do try to look at worst case scenario but you put some thought to it based on past spendings if you can. Here it's a little bit different. So all I'm saying is that, yes, we have something here. I hope that as time goes on, and Don, you get more involved and work with Ellen, that we see some reports that are easier to understand and easier for this board to look at and maybe give an approval to based on past assessments. That's all I've got. Anything, the rest of the board, please speak up. Anything?
So the copy I have in our packet versus what's on the screen, what's the difference in that? Is this the current?
That's on the screen.
The screen is the current.
Is the most current.
Yeah.
Even though the one in our packet's a higher.
Right.
Got higher numbers. Okay. So.
Yeah, that's where I got a bit confused too, because I had highlights and questions marked here.
Right.
And then all of a sudden I see something different here, and I'm trying to go back and forth. And but I think it goes to the meat of what I'm saying. These are just spreadsheets in my opinion. This isn't come out of some kind of financial program which lays out cash flow and expenditures and by categories and histories and things like that.
I think from Inyo's perspective, we have a very similar kind of reaction to this budget being presented, and it ties into the idea of having a good understanding of what we're paying for and why. At this point, I'm very concerned about truing up this proposed budget with our proposed cash flow, and I'm truly concerned about the proposed cash flow issues that we're going to have. And I'm trying to understand, what this County of Kern advance is. Is that just a loan from our treasurer, and is that somewhere reimbursable in the expenditures? Because I don't see it. Is that, and I understand there was an initial contribution from the agencies towards the start of the budget here, and I don't think there's an ongoing one. So, yeah, a budget report is what we typically see with the county budgets, and it goes into detail, by department, of course, and it's, it's not just focused on water, so it's more involved than I would expect to see for here. But a report on the budget, beyond just the simple spreadsheet, and of course, a report on the budget that has good correlation with the cash flow projections that we're looking at, I think are essential to making a good decision about, okay, does this budget make sense for what this authority has to get done? And are any of these issues, are any of these expenditure lines just things that we should do versus things that we have to do? And are any of these expenditures things that we want to do but don't necessarily have to do and maybe shouldn't do? I don't see any kind of policy recommendations in here coming from the staff to this board to make a decision on this budget. I just see a spreadsheet.
Any other from the board? Mick, do you have anything? Director Noakes, do you have any comments?
For me, I'm looking, I only have visibility to the budget that was sent out in the packet, so I don't even know what's being looked at, as it sounds like that's quite different. So I'm just concerned from that standpoint. And then I share the same concerns of my peers. John, I think you summarized it well. There's no, or it might have been you, Ron, but there's no history. There's nothing comparative. And even the categories of the expenditures seem to be just kind of arbitrary rather than standard categories. And I appreciate the approach here, but I think some of that should have been explained in a narrative form whereas categories that are more readily understandable from like a government accounting standards practice should be laid out. So I have concerns, number one, with what I'm actually able to see and would be voting on, and then secondary with the actual formatted information provided.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, and I'm not even sure because I don't have the 2018 in front of me. I'm just glancing at this, and it seems that even these expenditure items might have been different than the one in 2018. I don't even know if they're the same line items. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alan. Is this a different than in 2018? Or are there new ones added or something? No, I can just glance at it and see it's already different.
There are. Let me do my best to explain because we have some new board members here. You didn't have a fee in place for much of 2018. You were limited in the work you could do because you were relying solely on one grant funding source and some original contributions from members. 2018 is comparable line item. I guess you could compare, but the amount of work being done in 2018 versus 2019 is completely different because you are the dollar. Unlike a normal budgeting cycle where you have an organization that from year to year may only their total budget may only increase 5% or 3%. That's not the case here. From 17 to 18, there were huge changes. From 18 to 19, we can show that to you. So there are, and with regard to a policy recommendation, the only policy recommendation you ought to look. You can look to others of the staff, but as far as the history of the organization goes, the policy recommendation short term is to adopt a GSP. Number one and probably only thing to do, or not only, but the primary policy recommendation is to adopt a GSP. That is the goal of this organization and probably the goal of the budget. There are no other what I would call policy recommendation changes with regard to the budget. Let me also say that again, what I mentioned earlier was that much of what you adopted in a fee was assumed that you would have a general manager. And I think it was Mr. Kaczynski had mentioned, is this standard practice? The way we're doing it. No, it's not. It's not standard practice. It's not standard practice because we are parsing out responsibility. We rotate general managers every year. We take the responsibility for managing the budget does not flow naturally from it. You don't have the same people always working on the same things, and so that was the reason why we recommended a general manager, full-time general manager, who would ultimately be accountable for this. The county's taken on this responsibility to help the organization get to the point where it could be independent. That was our hope and goal. If you want more information, we can do our best to provide it. However, there are limits to the amount of time that we can dedicate to that function. In fact, I've had conversations with the general manager about shifting much of the responsibility back to the general manager for these items. So yes, from a standard governmental budgeting perspective, yes, it is different. And I think with regard to comparing last year and looking at the history, you probably would need to talk with other board members who have been through a couple of years of or staff members that can give you some background on what has changed over time.
Alan, I'm not criticizing what's been done in the past. It's admirable where we are today and the task of forming the GSP. I'm just saying that as a governing body that I think we're maturing enough, we need to start moving ahead into the way we present this budget. I know some people say we just have one stream of income and this, but things are going to be happening this year, and there may be other expenditures that we need to try to fit in and find out how to pay. So I'm expecting to bring up later some discussion on possible additional revenues or shifting of revenues or shifting of expenses. So I'm just saying that it's admirable what's happened to date. I'm just thinking that as a board and as an organization that we should be maturing enough where we start to see more of standard accounting practices and the way these things are presented and laid out. Is it complex? Probably. Do I want to look at Don down the road here and say, boy, I'd like to get that into the water district to handle, like you said. It's putting a lot of work on them, but if it's going to make things clarified and it's going to be very obvious what's going on, and I want the public to understand it as well, I think it's essential we eventually get there. Do I think that this needs to be reworked slightly? I think some of the numbers, yes, probably need to match up with the cash flow and such, as John said. And I think that Director Noakes has already said he's looking at a different option. I don't see us approving this budget today. That's just my opinion. We'll go ahead and open up for more board comment from that. Do I have anything else from the board for open to public?
Just one last thing to kind of parry on with, or to echo, is this idea of what's absolutely necessary and what our goals are. And yes, we have a deadline at the end of this calendar year, if I'm not mistaken, to have a GSP adopted or at least submitted. And it would be absolutely important to know which of these expenditure line items are necessary to get to that goal and which are not, and which are policy items to say we think that the GSP is going to go in this direction, so we think we should make this expenditure on this line item, or we know, in being able to distinguish between those two things where, absolutely necessary, desirable, or just additional, that would be helpful. Something along those lines with regard to getting to the final GSP. I think some information along those lines would be important, because I already see at the very top line, GSP preparation, $1.3 million. So what's the rest of it?
Anything else from the board or anybody up here before I open the public? Okay, I'll open the public for comments.
Sam Merck. For 2.5 years, the public has been requesting a finance committee. And so far to date, we don't have one. Please consider that going forward. Thank you very much.
Joshua Nugent on behalf of Mojave Pistachios and Nugent Farms. Just again wanted to echo in the prior years the same requests, that there's a balance sheet, an income statement, and a statement of cash flows that all tie together. Usually they come out of a financial, and QuickBooks is like $60. So I know stuff is time consuming and expensive and all that. There's software out there actually makes it easier to do, gives you more accurate results, and it's just by the time you have your inputs in there, you click print the report, and then the report print out, get put into a staff report with recommendations on the different line items. This isn't standard practice. I see you guys here at like 9 o'clock at night at the meetings. I mean, I myself had to get online and look up the 58's closed. Maybe you can take the 178 to get here this morning, which I did. So it is difficult, but it's $3 million. I looked up the current groundwater authorities under $2 million for 2019. They've got like 18 different things that they cover, hundreds of thousands of acres, millions of acre feet, and tens of thousands of people. So I would just ask, GSP preparation at $1.3 million, that should be a 2-page breakdown of when and where that $1.3 million is being spent and who's receiving it and when. So anyway, I understand there's a lot of hard work here. I just feel that this is, $3 million of either state grant funds or, taxpayer revenue, and there should be some greater form of accountability than a 1-page Excel spreadsheet. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Derek Hoffman, legal counsel for Meadowbrook, and I want to echo what Mr. Nugent said and also the concerns of the board. Meadowbrook obviously is one of the large pumpers that's funding much of this work, and so we are anxious to know more detail about what the budget is and where expenses are meant to go and where the funding will go. We're talking about other people's money, and I think it's important to remember that, and not just a small amount, but almost $3 million of it. It's grant money, which is essentially taxpayer money, and it's money from the pumping fee, which is based on ratepayers from the district and pumpers in this basin, including my client. And so, and also I note again, as I've mentioned many times, unfortunately, that this is one of the highest Water Code 10730 fees in the state of California, if not the highest. And it was a very contentious process getting that fee into place. So we're very anxious to know that the money is being budgeted carefully, spent wisely, and that there is enough detail in the plan for how the money is used, just as there needs to be enough detail in the GSP itself. It's the same important need. And I would just say bluntly today and candidly, you really should not approve this budget in its as presented to you today. The budget you're looking at, there's a print mark at the bottom left, printed off yesterday at 3:20 p.m., 3:19 p.m. So this was rushed together, it seems, if I may say so. And more importantly, there's a lot of changes in what was presented on the screen versus what was in the packet. And so I would ask that you have a detailed staff report prepared that explains the line items, presented in a fashion that the public, the pumpers, and the board can understand, please. Just briefly, walking down some examples, and I'll do this as quickly as I can because, again, I just saw this as it was laid on the table walking in today, and I have not had a chance to review it in detail. Under expenditures for 2019, PAC and TAC support costs have gone way down. I'm asking if that means less engagement of the PAC and the TAC this year. There's a line item for consultant management and GSP development of $9,600. I'm asking if GSP development is an overlap with the line item called GSP preparation under expenditures. There's a line item for community outreach. The number there is $8,300. And I'm asking if you've considered whether that's enough, given the many concerns of the public for outreach that you've heard, including today. There's a number here for PAC and TAC meetings at $7,500. That's gone down by more than half. Again, I'm asking, does that mean less engagement of the committees in 2019? And I'm comparing these to the version that was in the agenda packet, by the way. Getting to some larger numbers. City of Ridgecrest reimbursable costs. This is a big one. $210,466. As I mentioned this issue, please allow me to continue, Mr. Chair. I'll be as brief as I can.
Please be brief, but you're hitting on some points.
I will, thank you. I'll be as brief as I can. The reimbursable costs to the City of Ridgecrest are listed at $210,466. This seems like deja vu to me, because about a year ago or so, when we were talking about the pump fee, that question was raised as the costs. Well, my first question is, what's in it? Is it costs for this building? Is it costs for a city attorney? What's in those reimbursable costs? Because the JPA provides that certain costs are meant to be carried as in kind. And so, and unless this board agrees to reimburse those, then certain costs are meant to be in kind. So I'd like to know what's the breakdown there. And I'd also note that if it's city attorney fees, the way the JPA works for this board is the chair, the legal counsel for the agency sitting in the chair, operates as the general counsel to this board, if I'm correct. And so that would be the water district this year. But the City of Ridgecrest reimbursable cost listed here of $210,000, I believe is the same number from last year when the city was operating as the chair, using the city attorney, and then supposedly getting reimbursed for those costs. So what I'm saying is, why is it the same number this year when the city is not providing the general counsel services for this board? Next question, and again, I'm going as quickly as I can. Legal costs, $200,000. I would ask what's included in that, and how did we arrive at $200,000 there? Down a little further, imported water RFP / consultant coordination, $45,000. Would that mean covering the actual cost of that contract, or just staff coordination costs to manage that contract? Again, that's something that might be addressed in a proper staff memorandum. $50,000 for allocation process support. I think I heard Mr. Christensen mentioning something to that effect, but I'd ask for a little more detail there, as with every line item. And then again, the reserve number has gone way up, and this was an issue that was addressed robustly in the last budget, and when it was initially presented, and it was brought down. The initial version of this budget had $30,000. The version in front of you has $221,000 as a reserve. That seems to be quite high to me. So again, just in closing, I think there's plenty of money flowing in, and it needs to be managed carefully. I would also note that one of the requests that I've made is to budget more modeling scenarios. Ms. Moran gave a wonderful presentation today, very clear, very detailed, and you can see the importance of these modeling scenarios. It's my understanding that it costs about $9,000 or so to run a modeling scenario, and currently you've planned for 4. I don't think that's enough. I think you've got money here to do more modeling scenarios, to consider a range of options for how this basin can be managed sustainably. I think that ought to be a priority, and that this budget ought to include funding for more modeling scenarios. And so I would just ask that you come back. Don't approve this budget today, please. Come back with a detailed staff report, explain the line items, take a harder look at it, take more than 24 hours time to review this, which is all you've had today, really less than that, and please come back with a more detailed and transparent budget when you have one. Thank you for the additional time. I very much appreciate it.
Judy Decker. I would like to second all of the previous speakers, and I would like to add a little something. You have down here, excuse me because I can't, brackish water support at $40,000. I thought that the Brackish Water Group got their own grant for $1 million, so why are you paying them anything? I think you do need a detailed staff report. And I think since the Water District is chairing it this year, they have an excellent finance person to do just that.
West Katzenstein. This is hard work, what you guys are doing. And it occurs to me that in the Navy, we had a major program, I think it was SAP, I believe it came from Germany, which I would rather have seen it come from this country. But basically, when you had a task, you broke down that task into tasking, kind of like the POAM, but there's probably some higher level tasking or POAM that would exist for this entire operation. Then you would allocate man hours or person hours to each of the tasks and costs, and the SAP program would tell you where you're at. And I'd get a report every week for whatever small projects I managed, and I could see that I had an excellent financial system that was doing most of the work. And so I don't know whether within the county or within the water district you guys use some management software to get your individual, get your jobs done. But it seems to me, like, for example, where are the tasks for the POAM in this? There should almost be some master plan. It has master tasks, and each one has costs and purchases associated with it. And then that would put it in a context that might tie it all together for you. Of course, I'm not going to recommend you buy a piece of software somewhere that might cost more than your budget. But it seems like there's an opportunity to have some kind of a management piece of software that would help you structure this around the tasking you're actually doing, and then that would help you get it all sorted out. And I'm not going to do it for you. It's a lot of work. Thank you.
Any more comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board. It appears to me the general overall consensus is yes, this needs to be reworked. And I'm looking down to Don, and he's sneering at me because I know it's going to fall in the district's back. But we've been talking about it for a number of months, if not even longer than that, about how we can get this into some kind of a standard financial practice. And so I agree. And Derek, you point out some things. I didn't go through them one at a time. You did, because you had more time to look at them out there. So But the point is everything from the reimbursable cost to the city, is that necessary now? Could that be delayed? What is it? You're right, it is the same number. I believe it's derived for the development of the GA. I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't tell. Because one thing that I'm going to be asking here, and I'm not sure this might be the spot to do it, is to task staff with looking at possibly additional income, whether that be additional, I think we all put up $15,000 per organization originally. Maybe it's time we look at something like that again. I'm not going to say what it should be. I think staff needs to discuss this amongst themselves with legal. What's happening with the pumping fee? I know we have a cutoff date with it or amount of money. And I think I had some other suggestions as well. The city reimbursement, obviously we can't say that's coming off of there unless they agree, but can it be delayed? There's things like that because I foresee in this next year, up to the end of the plan, and maybe the other year, some additional expenses. Now I know we're discussing an item here that's coming up, which if we agree to move ahead on it, we have an estimated cost, which will most likely occur mostly this year and some in the next year. And the board's going to have to make a decision if we move ahead. But if we sit here and say, well, we don't have the $200,000, the inclination is to say no. But how important is it to the project we're doing? So yes, this needs to be reworked. I don't think it's going to get perfect right away. I think it's going to be it could be gradually improved as time went on because you can decide on some expenditure line items and gradually break them down. How much do we want to break them down? How complicated we can get? I'm going to leave that up to the staff to do that. But I do think that we need to come up with standard expense columns and how things fit into them. And the next go around of this, do I expect it to be perfect? Probably not. Do I expect it to be more understandable? Absolutely. And that's my comment. Don, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that up to this point, the county's pretty much been maintaining the books, but maybe it would be a good thing if the Water District CFO, myself, got with the county, and we have what may be an extensive conference call.
Yeah.
Talk about the format, improving this format, and meeting your expectations a little bit better than what we did today. And we can certainly work with the county to put something together and present it next month.
Is there any reason we can't delay this approval till next month? Do you come back with a more massaged version? Is there any reason we can't delay it? I don't see any. If the board agrees, I mean. Okay. Yes, if you please do.
Appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you for this. Appreciate it. You're right. It was the understanding of the county that this responsibility rolls with the general manager and shuffles every year. So last year, when the city had the deal, the county just carried on doing these responsibilities because the city was incapable at the time of performing that responsibility and with staff to do it, so we kept doing it. So I agree with you, and I really appreciate the conversation. We need some more detail. We need a story in here. I know what you're talking about in terms of looking at expanding expenses in a certain direction, and in order to do that, we need to incorporate that idea into this story. And I don't see the story as being accommodated with that. So I'd be willing to support any effort to wait some time for them to get together and talk about having a more sophisticated story building process. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? So, Steve, anything? Nothing? Okay. So I guess the consensus of the board is that we go ahead and pass this back to staff to rework this and bring it back and when they feel they're ready. And I assume you're going to work with the county and our finance department at the district. Thank you. Any other comment? I'm going to move on if not. John, anything? You okay with that? All right. All right, so we'll move on to 11, report on actions taken to notify and obtain non-compliant pumpers' well registration forms and delinquent pump fees. So do I want to open up to Keith or to staff on that one? Who wants to cover that?
I believe Jim Worth was covering this. He should be
Jim,
on the phone.
Jim, are you on the phone? It doesn't sound like it.
If not, I can go ahead.
I guess we have to go that way. Unless we all want to take a break and wait for Jim. No.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was on mute, so I apologize. Jim Worth.
Did you just get off the ski slopes?
What's that?
Never mind. I thought maybe you were skiing somewhere.
No, it's more like a river at times down here. Okay, with respect to item number 11, this is a follow-up to board direction that was given at the January meeting, which was authorizing staff to send a final notice of letters to what I'll call non-compliant pumpers with respect to the pump fee. And at the January 17th meeting, staff was authorized to send what I'll characterize as final notice letters to the to non-compliant pumpers that we're trying to identify. There have been prior letters that have been sent to non-compliant pumpers. The most recent one was sent in November of 2018. Notwithstanding the multiple letters that have gone out, there are still a number of pumpers that have not complied with well registration, as well as paying the pump fees. As a result of that, there was some independent investigation done by Indian Wells Valley Water District staff, which in essence consisted of looking at the entire basin on via Google Map and trying to identify parcels that appeared to be non-de minimis pumpers. That task was completed, and that information was forwarded to the water resource manager, who was going to do some cross-reference checking and some additional investigation, and to come up with a list of pumpers that we needed to send additional letters to. Unfortunately, that has taken a little bit longer than has been expected. I was able to speak with Heather Steele at Stetson Engineers yesterday, and she estimates that she will have lists ready by tomorrow, early next week at the latest. So although staff was authorized to send letters out at the January board meeting, we're still waiting for some additional information, but I anticipate that those letters will go out next week at the latest. And those letters, in essence, are going to provide the pumpers with an additional 30 days in which they can register their wells and begin to become compliant with the pump fee. So they're going to have until after the March board meeting to become compliant. But based on past actions, staff doesn't believe that it's reasonable that we think we're going to get 100% compliance with well registration by non-de minimis pumpers. And so what staff is looking for is board authorization to commence the process of pursuing legal remedies against non-compliant pumpers for the pump fee. And although the 30 days will not run until March, we think that board authorization at this time would allow staff to begin the process if we're not seeing any type of overwhelming response within the next 2 or 3 weeks, so we can keep the process going. And once that 30-day runs, we'll be a little bit closer to being able to commence one or possibly multiple lawsuits to try to enforce the ordinance that was enacted by the board back in July. And so, quite frankly, that is my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Jim. So I'm going to open up to the board for any questions that they may have for Jim or how we want to proceed. Nothing? Wow. My comment about this is this is necessary because one thing we want to be is fair across the board. If we have a pumping fee, we have a pumping fee. Those people that aren't de minimis users are responsible for paying the pumping fee, And to not move ahead to try to collect it, I think, is doing a disservice to those that are paying their pumping fees. So I understand what we're doing here. So that's my comment, and I guess I will go ahead and nothing else from the board or anybody up here? No? I'll open up for public.
Derek Hoffman, legal counsel for Meadowbrook again. Thanks, Jim, for the report. I'm just curious if we have a sense, or if you can share with us, about how many non-de minimis pumpers we're talking about now. I know it's a preliminary list, but if you could provide that information, we appreciate it.
As part of the Water Resource Management Report, we have an overhead, an update each month.
Thank you. I see Pat working her way down. That's okay. Take your time.
Pat Ferris. And Ron, I totally agree with this being a disservice to the pumpers who are stepping up to the plate. And I don't know how I think there was a, Gene, you mentioned 932 wells. So how many pumpers are registered? Do we have that number?
I believe the number is 48 as we are today.
Wow, that's quite a disparity here.
Well, you have
many of them have multiple wells.
In addition, a lot of those 932 wells are going to be de minimis pumpers, and that's not who we're going after right now. We're going after the non-de minimis.
I realize that, but still, it's still unfair to the people who are stepping up to the plate and carrying the load. I wonder, is it possible to publish the names of the people, of the pumpers who are registered? No information about how much they pay or how much water they use, but maybe that could give us a picture of where we are. And maybe it might help some people question themselves about the fact that their names aren't on there. They might be considered not being fair to the whole program. Is that a doable thing?
I would believe that would be a legal. Is it something legally we can do or not do, or does it happen in some process of trying to do the collections? And so I'm not sure that you can just that's up to legal. What she's asking is, can we just publish the names of those that are registered? Correct.
Pardon me?
Publish the names of those that are registered.
Publish those the names of the
right
people who are registered and who have stepped up to the plate.
I don't know.
I don't know how we got this far along.
I think we need to assess the privacy issues involved in that.
Anyway, there has to be a way to find out, to have a better sense of how many wells we have. I mean, that's like I have a lot of renters, but I only know half of them's names, or where they, and half of them are not paying, and half of them are paying. This just is not equality and it's not giving us the revenue stream that we expected. So there has to be a plan better than what we have in place to find out how many wells we have that are not non-de minimis, but wells that of pumpers who are not participating, just because there are some people who have said, I'm going to put a gun to somebody's head if they come on my place and ask for this. So we're taking the easy way out, but not the fair way, not the fair approach. So I don't know. Somebody needs to get together and have a better form of outreach, but we can't just keep inviting these people to do this, because there has to be a stronger arm here if we're going to accomplish our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Sam Merck, I would like to compliment the people that have stepped forward and have done the work that they're supposed to do by submitting the proper paperwork. But I also would like to, at this time, again, fault the GSA for not properly outreaching to these individuals. The outreach program really needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Don Decker. I'm the chairman of the Domestic Well Owners Association, I think, as you all are aware. We are in contact with many of the, especially the smaller mutuals and co-ops. And what we have heard is that there are some, and I'm not going to give you any names, who the first time they've received any official documentation, requests for registration, or anything else from the GA was as recent as a week ago. So part of the problem here may be indeed the outreach problem again. And I'm not trying to justify anything that's happened one way or the other. I'm simply pointing out that the outreach is an ongoing, never-ending activity that, yes, it takes money and it takes effort. And part of your issue here, to recap what I just said, is an outreach failure, just like Sam Merck just said. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? I'll be back to the board. Anything here to say?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thanks, sir. I agree a lot with what Ms. Farris said. I think that it's a citizen's responsibility to participate in the public process, and those persons that you talk to, Mr. Decker, that are blaming outreach, I appreciate we could do a better job. But there's also such thing as in-reach, and that's a citizen's responsibility, and I think we'll get a lot more of that when we take action that we're proposing here to take a different course of action. So I'm going to make a recommendation on that we approve the item as written. I'd also like to have a staff review of our outreach program. I think that's valid, and I think that's something we can always work on improving. And if we're not doing a good job with that, let's improve it and let's get it better. So I'm going to move on motion, and I'm going to ask that the staff take a look at our outreach program and let's review it and make it better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So a second?
Second.
All right, a little bit of quick discussion. Mick, I was going to pick up outreach later, but since you brought it up at this particular point, I will as well. I have a note here during my closing comments to ask that we have a line item on the agenda regularly, talking about regular updates on the outreach efforts. And what that means, I don't know at this point, but I think it needs to be addressed. And I saw it firsthand a couple times. I'm taking on myself to try to talk to as many people as I can. I'm finding out that it's just, you're right though, it's a two-way street. And people, but talking to people and getting them the correct information is important. But if they don't come to you, if I put myself out there and say, call me, I'll talk to your group, and no one calls me, there's not a lot I can do. So I agree with it. I think the outreach thing is something that needs to go on our agenda as a regular update, and I look forward to that. So that's my last comment, and then if the board has no more comments, I'll call for a vote on the motion.
Director.
Yes.
Director Vallejo.
Aye.
Director Heyman.
Yes.
Chairman Kaczynski.
Yes.
Director Snoke.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gleason.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. We're on to the short part of the agenda now, the Water Resource Manager report.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this is what you all came here for. This is the good stuff. So,
sorry.
Water Resources Manager report. It's actually going to be fairly short, I think. Jeff's going to do the poem. I'm going to do a couple of items. One of them is going to be report on pump fee status and schedule. So I think I might answer some of the questions, a little bit of some of the questions that just were raised about the process and such. And then Don and I are going to tag team on item D. So go ahead, Jeff.
There it is. This is the overall kind of the roll-up schedule for the GSP preparation. And what I will point out is it starts at the beginning of 2017 and it ends at the end of 2019. And we are fast going through the first quarter of 2019. So we are very quickly coming to the end of this schedule. And there's still a lot of work to do. And I'm going to skip ahead to the third page of the poem. And, sorry. And the critical path items we see there, and they all revolve around modeling. And you've heard a lot about the modeling, what we've done so far, the scenarios that we've done. And just one of the things I want to point out is these are shown on the critical path. These are very critical. There are other things going on that we've mentioned today. There's discussions of allocation among the attorneys, and those things. These things all do need to interact with one another to get all the issues out and get them the PAC, the TAC, the modeling we're doing, the allocation meetings there. Does need to be interaction among those things. We've got to have all of our modeling done by early April, and we've got to start writing text around what, not the preliminary parts of the sustainability plan. What's the plan going to be? We've got to start writing that in May. I foresee that we are going to need more meetings than we have shown on the schedule. The TAC had put together an ad hoc modeling committee that Jean showed on her schedule, and she showed the modeling schedule. She had all the little X's out there about all the calls, field trips, and meetings they have had outside of the regular TAC. That's been extremely beneficial. That's helped move the modeling work along. I don't have a topic. Actually, we have another ad hoc modeling meeting, conference call next week to talk about the next modeling scenario results. But I think we're going to need more of those type of things. I don't have topics for all of them or dates for all of them, but I expect we will be contacting the chairs, possibly of the TAC, the PAC, interacting with the board on more activity to get the interaction we need to flesh out what our plan is going to be in the coming weeks. So at the moment, work is going on. It needs to progress on all fronts at full speed. That's my report.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add, I know John had some questions about the invoicing and the work. We should be able to close that gap with the poem because there's money in the poem too on where money's being spent. But also just indicate that we'll make this stuff available to work with Don and his staff on the accounting side because it really would be convenient. That was the intent. Commander Longbottom was pretty adamant about it, but the goal was to have this poem tied directly to budgeting stuff. So we'll make it available in any way we can to help get that budget squared away for you guys.
Any other questions for Jeff on that section? Or are we going to move on to report on Proposition 1? Ready to move on?
Are you able to pull that up? You pull that up? I'm going to do two. They're actually pretty quick. The first one's on the Prop 1 status and schedule. This is going back, just to let people know where we've been. The kickoff meeting, we made the application, got the application approved, had to revise, got it done. So we got the agreement pulled together and got it signed. So we got all that done. We had our kickoff meeting with DWR staff. It actually came to our office, and Don and Ron and some people came down, and Lauren came down, and we actually had a kickoff meeting. So we wanted to make sure when we did that we're all on the same page. We wanted to know clearly what DWR was looking for in our submittals of progress reports and invoices, because obviously we wanted it to go smooth. And the meeting went really well. We had a pretty clear understanding. What we found out from that meeting is DWR duplication is the big word. Everything you do wants to be duplicated for every man hour, every person that works on something. They needed 3 forms on how they worked on that job in 3 different formats. So we ended up pulling all that together. We provided that package, I think, to the board. I think at the last meeting how thick it was, and I wanted the board to see, just to appreciate, what the state is looking for. In the process of that, the state also changed the format of the invoice and changed the format of the progress report twice as we were preparing it. So we had to back up and do those again, but they're in. And what we have up there that they're currently reviewing the progress report and the invoice. We submitted it in January 11th, so it was a little over a month ago when we first submitted it. We got comments back on the draft. We've addressed those comments and resubmitted both on the progress report and the invoice. We're not 100% sure how the state's going to process this stuff, and I was hoping that Jennifer Wong, who's with DWR, and Tim Ross would be here, because I was going to encourage them to process our application, but I don't think they're here. They were going to come. But we're not exactly sure how this process goes. It appears as though the staff works very hard on the draft and makes sure that the draft is where they want it, and then they got all their comments, then they send it back to us, and we send a final, and then hopefully it gets processed pretty fast, because then the staff's got all their input. So we are looking at a second round of a draft, and they have it right now, so it's in their hands. As soon as we can get it turned around, we can get it. As soon as we get comments back from them, we'll turn it around right away, and then hopefully we'll get some reimbursements from the state. So that's where we're at on Prop 1 status and schedule. Does anybody have any questions about what we're trying to accomplish? We've made, you saw the cash flow. Alan Christensen with the county contacted Heather, our office, about cash flow. We looked at the Prop 1 grant. We looked at potential for reimbursement schedule. We provided, that information was all provided out of our office. Most of it was just estimates. So that's where we are with the Prop 1 funding. Everything's going good. It's just taking a lot of time. So the next one, Jeff, do we have another one?
The report on the pump fee status.
Oh, it's already up there.
Yeah.
That one. Okay, a lot of questions have been raised about what's going on. 46 registered accounts. These are the de minimis pumpers. Okay, those 46 registered accounts. We have 24 accounts that we know of that aren't registered that we've been working on. Those are the letters that have been going out. In the process of this, we didn't get responses to a lot of these that went out where we're trying to contact people. You may recall that there was a suggestion made, I think it was made by the county, that we do a field search, maybe start with Google Maps. I think Phil Hall was the one that suggested it. After some discussion, the water district offered Renee from Don's office to actually do that work, to actually work through the Google Maps and try to identify the parcels that are out there that maybe that aren't identified. So she did all that work. It took, I think she got delayed a little bit. It took about 2 weeks. I don't think she spent 2 full weeks on it, but it took about 2 weeks to get that information back. At that point, we have 2 different databases and 2 different sources of information. And the next step is to look at all of that information that she developed and compare it to our 24 accounts and make sure there's not duplication and make sure we have a clean set of unregistered accounts that we know of or parcels that aren't registered with addresses and owners so that the attorneys, as you approved just right before this, the attorneys can then identify which parcels they want to send the more threatening letters to try to get their attention and start bringing people back online. So that's the process right now. We've also indicated that total payments received to date, almost $200,000 have been received. So some of the money you're seeing in the cash flow is coming from the pump fee. The folks are actually, they're paying these assessments. That's the money that's being spent. So that's the report there. If anybody has any questions on the process, I'd be happy to answer those.
What I'd like to do is go ahead and does the board have any comments in A, B, and C? I want to keep D out for just a moment.
Sure.
I think we'll get more conversation on that.
Sure.
But is there any comments on A, B, or C from the board up here?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Please do.
A couple comments. I really want to see a sense of, I would like to see a sense of urgency on item C in those 24 accounts that are failed to register or unregistered. If we need to do field representation, the county can help in any way, or if I need to do outreach more than I'm doing focused on immediately, I will start doing that. I think it's unfair that these people are not making the fair contribution that they need to be making. So I'd like to assert this board's authority to achieve that desire. Thanks.
Mick, what I'll do, Vice Chairman, what I will do is, I think it's been reported that Heather in my office is doing that comparison. She's almost done. I will send a note to the board and the staff when we have it done and we put it back in the attorney's hands. So that means it's out of the technical review, it's into attorney's hands. I'll let you know. It should be no later than early next week.
If there's nothing else from the board, does the public have any comments on section A, B, and C of 12?
Derek Hoffman for Meadowbrook. I'm not trying to win a popularity contest today by coming up so frequently, but I just have one follow-up question. Do we have a sense, Steve, of how much groundwater production these 24 non-registered accounts represents? Do we have any estimate at this point?
Off the top of my head, I don't have a number, Derek, but I could tell you that we don't think it's a lot. It's not going to make a material difference in our funding or our cash flow. It's really, the effort is more to do due diligence, be complete, try to be fair to everybody, the ones that are paying. We've done everything we can do within reason to go out and find all of the non-de minimis pumpers.
Thank you.
So I don't think it's a huge deal. I don't think we're going to see a big windfall or anything like that.
Thanks.
Judy Decker. I believe, Steve, you said in your statement that you had 46 registered pumpers.
Accounts, yes.
Accounts. Do those include both large and small ag?
I believe it does. Yes, okay.
And then you have 24 that you feel are unregistered.
Correct, that we know about. Those are from public record. That's the work that we did originally from public record and information that Lauren's gotten. We've got some information come through the Water District office. They passed it along and we followed up on it. So that's public record stuff separate from Renee's work.
Okay. Yeah. And none of these are de minimis pumpers?
As far as we know, we don't think so.
Okay.
Any other public comment? Okay.
Another one.
You had your chance.
If they are a mutual or a co-op larger than 5, and there's pumping a certain amount of groundwater, but there are, say, 40 connections, and you divide the amount they're pumping by the number of connections, they may all be de minimis users.
It doesn't matter.
I think, yeah. Keith, you have a response?
You could make that argument for the water district.
Yeah.
She wouldn't do that.
Renee Westenlusk, I'm the member of the PAC. I have a question, and it dovetails off a comment that Lorelei Aviat from the county made at the last PAC meeting. She had a big concern about one of the reasons that well owners may not want to register is they're worried they are above de minimis use and they're a small business that may or may not be agricultural based. And her concern was she didn't really want people living in fear that they're going to lose their livelihood. And I don't know if that has anything to do with this, why people are not registering, but if they're a small business and they're just trying to make it and say they're not an ag business, where they're not only not making that much of a profit, but they're just getting by, I'm thinking that might be contributing to this. And that was Lorelei Aviat's concern as well.
We actually heard that this morning too. We actually heard another version of that, and I thought it was very interesting. Another version of that was there may be even some small mutuals out there with 4 or 5 connections that maybe created their little mutual and are serving water, but they're not registered with the state, that they may not be reporting their production. They're sort of outside the grid type. And therefore, they may not want to report to us because they're afraid we're going to report them to the state, and they don't have their records, they don't have all their documents. So that's brand new. I honestly had not considered that. We hadn't thought that might be, but it might be out there. I'm not quite sure how we're going to go about that. Some of the work that Renee did, maybe identifying some of those, and that's where our cross-reference, we may end up identifying those. So we're just going to move forward.
If there's no more comments from the public, we'll move on to 12D.
I'll just start because go ahead. I'll talk about it.
All right. Okay. At the January board meeting, your board received presentations from 4 what we're calling water marketers, and board directed staff to put together an ad hoc committee to evaluate those 4 proposals and bring a recommendation back to the board. There was an ad hoc committee that was formed. It consisted of 3 members of the PAC committee, 3 members of the TAC committee. Those members included both chairs. Groundwater Authority Chair Kaczynski was on that committee. Myself, Steve Johnson, Jeff Helsey was on that call. Ron Strand, and I think that's it. And we went over the proposals. We had sort of a ranking system. Everybody did it a little bit differently, but the recommendation from that group was that the proposal from the Capital Core group was I should say by far the better proposal. There was one suggestion from one of the committee members, the ad hoc committee members, about interviewing the top 2 candidates. But we felt that the one proposal from Capital Core was better, and also with a sense of urgency to get this moving along. Again, the quality of the presentation and the proposal, we felt just justified in going ahead and moving along with that one recommendation. So that conference call took place on February 12th, if I recall right. Then the following day, we actually arranged to have a meeting. Stetson identified several what they call principles of an agreement, and we wanted to interview the Capital Core on those principles and see what their answers, those responses to those principles were. They did come up to the Unity Water District office, actually drove up the next day and met with us. Stetson, Steve, and Jeff participated by phone. And we had a good call. The notes from that conversation are in your packet as a staff report. I think Steve will probably go into more detail, but I wanted to make an introduction, let you know where we were. And actually, both Todd Tatum and Jeff Simonetti are here. If there's questions after Steve gives you his report. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
yeah. The one thing I wanted to say is we recognize when we try to put this together, Don and I try to work very closely with the general manager on this. We recognize that we had a finance discussion. There would be a finance discussion today. We recognize there may be financial issues, things going forward. But the reason why we went ahead and brought this forward is because what we're looking for from the board is direction, hopefully direction to staff to sit down and work with Capital Core to develop a consulting agreement that would not be approved, but would then come back to the board at the next meeting, and hopefully there may be some work on funding or what we might do between now and then, but at least keep the ball moving on a consulting agreement. And whoever the board wanted to work on it, that would be the board.
One thing I left out from the meeting on the 12th, where we had that larger ad hoc committee, to the meeting on the 13th, where we actually went over the principles. We pared that committee down to 5 members. It was Steve, myself, Ron, and the 2 committee chairs from the PAC and TAC. Smaller group. Right. So I think in the staff report, we're making a recommendation to move forward with putting together an agreement and using that group of 5 to meet with Capital Core going forward.
End of report? Okay. Okay, I'll open up to the board for questions, comments. Boy, everybody's either quiet or tired. Okay. Now I'll go to the public first then. Make requests. So anything for the public? Think we warm up? So it's up. Go ahead.
Okay, public hearing is closed, then I'll.
Yep.
Okay. I like the idea of exploring these types of options. We have to do it. It's something that's incumbent upon us. I don't like the cost associated with it, but I recognize that it's going to cost us money. I'm going to be okay with your recommendation to move forward with the relationship between this group and to develop some type of contract and bring it back to the board at the next meeting. But I'm going to sit here and vote based on how much money we got. I'm going to need to find the money. Someone's going to tell me where this money's coming from, whether we find it in the budget or how else we're going to pay for it, and then I will hopefully vote to support it if it all works. And thank you, Ron, PAC Chair, TAC Chair, and everybody for doing all the work you do. You guys do tons of work, and I'm very thankful.
John, you have something?
Yeah, thanks. With all due respect, the direction to staff at the last meeting was to develop a general outline of an augmentation strategy and bring that with a recommendation back to the board. I went back and looked at the minutes to confirm. I went back and watched the video to confirm, and it was clear to me, and perhaps not clear enough, that that is what we expected to have brought back to this board today. Not a contract recommendation for a water broker. I understand the fact that import is a very big picture issue that this board has to consider, and that exploring the availability and the cost of import is essential to guiding this board moving forward with development of its plan. But in terms of being able to put a plan into place, if we have the assumption that import is going to be the answer, then we need to know what our overall augmentation strategy will be, and what our overall demand reduction strategy will be before we go looking for import first. We don't. In Inyo County's perspective, and I've been talking to Supervisor Gleason Kingsley, hand in hand with, step by step going through to make sure that what I'm expressing here today is consistent with Inyo County's concerns and position and posture in this matter. We do not believe that import is a guaranteed, let alone a likely, solution for this basin. We need to build this plan up from the recharge forward. And if we're going to go spend and make a decision to spend a substantial amount of money, and I believe it will be a substantial amount of money just to determine if import is even available, let alone what import will cost, we better know what's available before we get to the import stage of this process. We don't have that information in front of us. I'm happy to accept the recommendation from staff regarding which of those water brokers is the best qualified to provide that service to us. But Inyo County is not in the position to move forward with that agreement until we have a holistic understanding of what our water augmentation strategy will be and what our demand reduction process will be before we even get to the import question.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one question of Steve. Is importation necessary? Is it necessary? Yeah, it's a part of the plan, correct?
Well, it's a part of the plan right now.
Do you foresee that we can get down to just our 7650 without doing any importation?
Realistically, that's a hard thing to visualize. This community will not be the same community, I'll guarantee you.
Absolutely.
That.
And
that's
what it means. And I don't think that we're not signing a contract today. I think we're going to get some of the questions you're asking out of this discussions and agreement coming forward. Right. Because honestly, I don't know what's out there, what's available out there to say it's not available, we're not going to get it. But to think that this valley doesn't need to import water, I think is we're going down the wrong bridge there. No. It's in this, now whether it's 15,000 acre feet or 6 or 7, because one question I would have about all these agreements, we have to be prepared to be variable in there of what we need, because there's so many pieces of this puzzle. As we move through it, we may find out that all of a sudden our friends in Searles Valley say, hey, we found water and we're going to not be taking it to you. We don't know. But anything can happen. So that to me, the amount you're looking for is a very variable amount. I think 15,000 acre feet is probably one of the worst case scenarios. That as we implement these other things, that may be down. But we have to be prepared. I don't think that we can sit back and wait until we say, oh, now we know we need it for sure. We need 4,500. Let's pull the trigger when we have an opportunity here to do the research, get everybody in line, get the available funding identified for identifying the projects. And we're not saying we're going to run out there and look for agreements at this particular point. We're going to be looking for, I guess, developing a contract of what the accomplishment will be. I think it's important we bring that back, we move forward. And I agree with Mick Gleason that it's got to become part of the budget. Yes. And it might even be that as you guys rework this budget that you have a feel for where that can fit in. Mm-hmm. Because, again, when it comes time to vote for the contract, that's what I'm going to be looking at as well.
Yeah. If I may just respond real quick, Chairman. Part of the reason why we decided to and wanted to, and by the way, before I forget, I want to thank everybody who participated in that committee, because we asked a lot of them. It was very short notice. They all stepped up, and then it was very short notice for the follow-up, and they all stepped up and participated. Everybody put a lot of time and put a lot of effort, reviewed everything, and got good input. So I want to do that. But part of the reason why we did the the review of principles with the capital report the very next day with your staff team, is because our goal here is to make sure that whatever work's done is effective work, that any money that's put on this is effectively spent, and we get work product, and we get accountability, and we get reports to the board. And I know Capital Corps is here listening to that, and they were participating in that. That was the reason for the principles, to make sure we understand what we're going to do. On the water augmentation, I actually, John, apologize and for both. Augmentation was a part of our discussion of our committee. We didn't mention it because it's really it's important, but it wasn't part of what we were trying to accomplish with to today. We did review augmentation planning. It's important to note that even today, with the presentations that were made and the modeling that were made, we have augmentation in the plan already, and preparing a new water augmentation plan just didn't make a lot of sense right now. What I'd like to make sure you have, and make sure the board has, or anybody that wants it has, is all of the PowerPoint presentations that have been provided at the TAC on our recycled water, alternative water, imported water, and conservation, because those PowerPoints present really our augmentation planning, and they've been presented to the TAC probably 6-7 times. But we should make sure everybody's aware of what's been done, because that is the augmentation plan over and above our supply. So if the work's been done, I want to make sure you have that.
Thank you. Any more comments from the board? Mick?
Thanks, Chairman. I agree with much of what my colleague from in your county said. I think that importing water is going to be a huge lift, and I don't know whether it's real or not. And I would just take the other side of the coin of his argument and say that because I don't know, because I believe that the competition for these dollars, because we have no infrastructure, because we have no place to put the water, because of all the massive problems associated with our ability to target or import water, I think that having that up front is going to help us with our GSP development and help us in so many other areas. I think it's important we know that as quickly as we can. So I agree much with what you're saying, John, but for exactly the opposite side of the coin, I think we need to move forward with it, and I will make a motion to move forward on staff's recommendation on it.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
Yes. With that motion of bringing this back for a contract for approval, is that independent in a vacuum without any other conversation that you'd like to see or information you'd like to see presented regarding what all the augmentation strategy is, in putting that into the picture, like the entire picture, putting that piece of the puzzle? Let me restate that and step back. Are we expecting to see this contract in a vacuum by itself? Or are we expecting to see a broader discussion of what we expect to be the entire picture of water augmentation, and which would include import and other potential options for augmenting our water supply? Or that's my question in terms of what the motion is requesting.
We can sure bring back just a quick review or summary of what we've done, sure.
I believe that in this next stage, that what we're talking about is determining how we're going to get to some of those answers.
Yes.
Because I would think that Core Capital is going to say, okay, what kind of number do we need to settle on, and what's the justification for it?
Yeah.
And that's what you have.
Yeah.
And I think that's what John's asking for. What is justification for a number? And again, even I'm doubtful about the high number. I think there's so many bits and pieces. So I would also hope that the negotiations that take place, what we're going to come forward for, has a lot, I hate to say wiggle room in it, but ways that we can massage as we move forward. I mean, if all of a sudden we're getting ideas of plans and water availability and whatever, then we have the option of saying, things have changed some. I know you don't like to hear that while you're in negotiations for anything, but it's a possibility. So sure. I believe that's what you're going to bring back to us. I would hope that we answer a lot of questions that John has and Mick has that I have when you come back with the final product. And in the meantime, that the ad hoc group will be working and we're to work through those questions.
So my last comment here, and this is, we're all feeling good about this, Supervisor Gleason. I do agree that developing this information about the availability of import, what it will cost, what it will require, where it comes from, is very important to informing this board's decision on what the GSP should include at the end of the day. I think that's important. So I would like to see in the contract that you draft, when you bring it back, as I'm assuming this board is going to approve that motion, a work plan built in to get after that information first before any other money is spent towards this endeavor, and to separate out that particular aspect of this issue before we move forward with spending money on actually going out and acquiring any particular potential water rights or lining up other costs that may be collateral to the first question of what's out there, what does it cost, and how do we get it?
And also continue with that. One thing that they will work with is what kind of funding may be available to get infrastructure in, like Mick asked. Obviously, they're very expensive, but that's part of what we talked about. They're very aware of possible funding, both at the federal and state levels that may be available. And I would think that would be part of the discussions leading up to where we are, because obviously that's the big part of it. You can't move forward without the money. But I think we need to move forward to at least identify these things and massage them into a result that's acceptable to the board. Sure. Any other comments from Mick, please?
So I think someone just asked me to change my motion. And I'd like to understand exactly what you want my motion to change to, because I'm not sure I'm willing to do it.
I didn't actually. I was just making sure I understood what the contract that was going to be brought back to us would include.
Okay.
That's a suggestion for sure. We got it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. And Director Noakes, do you have any comments before I call for a vote?
I think ultimately where I stand on this is we need to know what the option is, what the costs would be to import water, and we need to begin that process now in order to be educated before we start taking steps to set a baseline as far as what we really would need people to make cuts in their utilization down to. We've been working with this number of 7,600 acre feet now. We know that would be the recharge naturally, but what could we get to supplant that? We need to have that information available. So I support this. I think funds, how much the cost will be, and funds are clearly an issue at this point in time, as we demonstrated with the budget discussion. So being mindful of limiting the amount of investment we make into this at this point in time is important, but I do believe that we've got to start this process so that we're educated on it, so we can appropriately move forward as a package deal here.
Thank you. And I did forget to open this to the public, so if there's what's that?
You already did.
Oh, that's right. I opened it to the public at the very beginning, and I didn't get any comments. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, make a short comment anyway, since you give Dave.
How short?
Pretty short.
All right. Well, I want to set precedents here, but
You have some new board members, and they need to educate themselves on the history of water in the Indian Wells Valley. We have been in overdraft for over half a century. Nature is not being generous in providing us more water. The issue of imported water has been bashed around this valley forever. It's time to take action. And you have a very well-rounded consultant to do the work for you. By all means, go forward with it so that our grandchildren, or your grandchildren, I don't have any, will have a future in this valley.
thank you. With that, I'll close public again. No more public comment. And I'll bring it back to the board if there's any final comment before I call for a vote. It looks like none. So, Lauren?
Director Vallejo.
Nay.
Director Heyman.
Yes.
Chairman Kaczynski.
Yes.
Director Snoke.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gleason.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Well, we're getting on to the short part of the meeting now.
You think.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to item 13, staff report of the future TAC and PAC meetings being held at City Hall.
Sure. There's a staff report in your packet. I'll just go over it briefly. At the November 15th board meeting, Supervisor Gleason made a request to look into video recording and live streaming the PAC and TAC meetings that are currently being held at the Water District. So we directed staff to look into the feasibility of doing that, the availability of the room, the cost of it. There was no board meeting in December, so that information could not be reported. And then also, in the interim, the Indian Wells Valley Water District Board of Directors had on the agenda for their January 23rd board workshop an item to consider installing the equipment to do video recording in the Water District boardroom. So there was no report in January, so we're coming to you now with that report. The Water District Board did decide at their January 23rd board workshop to not go ahead and install video equipment. They preferred to just continue doing audio recordings. So your option, your request to look into video recording and live streaming kind of falls on the city. I don't think there's any other location that would be suitable for, that could meet the requirements. I did talk with City Manager Ron Strand, and the cost for doing that, there is a cost. It would be $83 per hour. There's some figures I provided in the staff report, may or may not be accurate, but the PAC meetings have typically been running about 2 hours. The TAC meetings more like 4 hours. So if we use the 6 hours a month, come up with a number that's around $6,000. That could be a little bit more because, again, PAC meetings could be running a little bit longer, and also there's been discussion about accelerating the pace of some of the meetings, maybe having 2 a month. So you're looking at probably at least $6,000. And I did report in the staff report that there is no cost associated. There is no reimbursement for the Water District for providing their facilities. That's done as an in-kind. So it's up to you. This is not obviously a budgeted item, so for your consideration, those are the numbers.
Thank you, Don. Comments from the board? I'll make one comment. These are working. The PAC and TAC are working committees, and as nice as this venue is, and yes, you can go ahead and you can get the video of it, but all the committees I've been involved with, it just seems like what happens at the Water District. And believe me, if it's not there, it's going to relieve some on the staff. But if, at least working at the Water District, it's more of a working type of atmosphere, in my opinion. That everybody's closer together. You're right there. You get paper scattered everywhere because it's a working committee, as opposed to when you come here. The audience can be sitting out there. I'm not even sure you can set all your committee members up here. You might have some out there and some here. And I've seen that happen before. Now there may be times when you want to have a particular meeting here. I don't know what that might be. Maybe you have a Markman presentation or something for the PAC. But that's just my opinion on it. The need for video has been requested by others, and I don't see it. So I'm opening up for discussion. I'll go ahead and open to the public then, please.
I'll make a comment. Dave Janis, PAC Chair. It's a double-edged sword. Either one of the two options that are on the table, practically speaking, this chamber or the Water District's boardroom, has its pros and cons. You are right that the Water District is much more of an intimate working session. Number one, you're not up on the Emperor's podium in front of the crowd. However, it has some limitations when we have a Mr. Markman. With the size of the meetings and the response we're getting from the public now is growing with the attorney's reports, et cetera. So we may have sometimes when he is in personal presence as well, giving it, that we may ask for it in here. We also there's actually more seats with microphones available in this room than there are at Water District. There's 11 seats up there. We can seat 4 at a minimum, 6 up here, members that can look and have a microphone. At the PAC meetings right now, we always have at least 3, maybe 4 members that do not have microphones. So if we remain at the Water District, we'll need to have handheld microphones because that encourages. Then we have the issue, if our members aren't speaking to microphones and not recordable, Now the public doesn't want to stand up at the podium and speak at microphones, so we need that fixed. So the two issues to me are, one, having good solid recordings, and we use the recordings to go back over our minutes and our reports. Poor Adam didn't have a recording at his TAC meeting last time, and the iCloud ate mine the morning it was due that I had drafted, so I had to redo the whole thing. So and we rely on those recordings, and we often can't hear things from the public or even members that don't speak right into the microphones. So if we can get the additional microphones and do it at the Water District, with the exception perhaps of when we have a need for a greater assembly of the public, I'd be pleased with that. The other thing that's been expressed to me by the public in individual comments was they like the idea of being able to view it online, view it and have that and go back over a videotape recording, which we don't have at the Water District. So we're happy either way. There are pros and cons, but I think we do need the Water District to queue up a couple extra microphones for doing it there.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please make.
Public hearing closed.
Yes, public hearing's closed.
Thanks.
No comment.
Are you really going to charge us that much money? How about some in-kind support?
I don't set that fee. So,
Mr. Strand, could you please come up? Can I ask you a couple questions?
So that would have to go, before the council anyway to get approval.
Are these costs? Are they real? I mean, I know they're real, but are you serious that you're going to charge us $6,000 a year to use this for a TAC and a pack?
Well, we have allowed the TAC and PAC to use the facility when Mr. Markman's coming to town. If it's available, you can use it whenever you need it. The issue that we're having is IT staff. If you're talking one more day or 2 more days of us losing our staff for other projects in the city, so the $83 is primarily you're paying for the overtime for my IT staff to sit and run your audio video. That's the issue.
And we need both those we need both those staff to operate the system?
I need one person to sit in there and run the system.
So you need one person?
Yep, and that's the person sitting in there right now. When we do this meeting, which is fine, he's here the whole day.
Any other comments? Please make. Public hearing closed. Yes, public hearing's closed.
Thanks.
No comment.
Are you really going to charge us that much money? How about some in-kind support?
I don't set that fee. So,
Mr. Strand, could you please come up? Can I ask you a couple questions?
So that would have to go, before the council anyway to get approval.
Are these costs? Are they real? I mean, I know they're real, but are you serious that you're going to charge us $6,000 a year to use this for a TAC and a pack?
Well, we have allowed the TAC and PAC to use the facility when Mr. Markman's coming to town. If it's available, you can use it whenever you need it. The issue that we're having is IT staff. If you're talking 1 more day or 2 more days of us losing our staff for other projects in the city, so the $83 is primarily you're paying for the overtime for my IT staff to sit and run your audio video. That's the issue.
And we need both those we need both those staff to operate the system?
I need one person to sit in there and run the system.
So you need one person?
Yep, and that's the person sitting in there right now. When we do this meeting, which is fine, he's here the whole day, but if we're looking at another full day and possibly 2 days, that's a significant impact on my staff in being able to get our other IT stuff done. And we haven't budgeted for the overtime for it.
Is there a win-win here where these meetings last 3 to 4 hours? Man, come on. I mean, we've been here for how long? 5 hours. It gets to a point where they're become non-productive, and maybe if we said we were going to have it and it has to be out of here after 2.5 hours or something, would that be beneficial to the TAC or the PAC?
I don't think that's ever going to occur.
I would defer to Mr. Johnson, but I don't see the TAC cutting their meetings. In fact, they're getting longer.
They're getting longer. We have more to do. So
I will have to agree with that. They are getting a lot longer, and I will state that we are less than the PAC amount of people, and it is easier for us to get together within the Water District Board area. And so, in my opinion, because of the amount of time that we have and the good audio recording that does occur, especially when everybody does speak into the microphones better, it moves forward very well, and 4 to 5 hours worth of time there is, in my opinion, a better opportunity on the technical side.
Thank you. My final thought on this is that we have, from the very beginning, committed this organization to full transparency and full public participation and full commitment to getting everybody engaged. I think it's critical that we maintain that. I think we fail if we don't. I think that personally, I watch it. If it's going to be on, I will watch it and listen, and I will learn not only from what I hear, but from what I see. And I think it's critical that we move over here. So if there's no other way, I'd be willing to vote in favor of spending those dollars to move those meetings here. But I will gladly listen to my peers and their thoughts.
So my concern is at a time when we're talking about budget and being overspending, that this is not necessary, it's not a necessity at this point. It sounds to me like we're kind of maybe almost busting out of the seams at the other facility, but yet we're still doing good there. So, you know, I say keep the cost down, and that's kind of where I'm at with it.
I'm sort of I'm either way. Keep the cost down, spend the money, more public transparency. You know, it's video recorded. I think the only comment I had, and I think Mick just made, is that I assume this is live streamed. I'm sure, I know it is, in fact. And that was the one comment that I heard from the public, that I could watch it live streamed. But that was, one person told me that. So I can go either way on this. I'm still torn on which way to be. I think the water district, you know, if it wasn't there, I think that'd be a relief on them for not having to set up, but Don will still be at them both, so. And so will Lauren too. Yeah, that's right. It's just that we won't have to set up the room and all that. But I think that it's a good accommodation. I think if we had to come up with a few more mics, is that possible?
I'll have to confirm it, but I believe.
I think if we had to come up with a few more mics, is that possible?
I'll have to confirm it, but I believe we have 2 handheld mics available. Okay. But I need to confirm that. Yeah. We just don't use them.
If I may state, Don, when the co-op group did meet there were additional mics that were used for the large amount of peoples that represented different groups at the co-op set.
Correct, but I just don't know if we still have those and if they're in working order, but that's what I need to confirm. I do believe we had 2.
So as I see it, we have the TAC who says, man, I like that sort of working area, it works well for us. I have the PAC who says, it could go either way. So here we are. So does anybody want to make a motion, a suggestion, a further direction?
How about if we have this as a line item in the budget presentation that's coming back to us next month, and we can make a priority decision at that point?
Brilliant idea.
Brilliant.
Thank you, John. That's my motion, that we continue this discussion until the budget comes back to us and we see if they find some money to put in there to cover the cost of the city's failure to in-kind support our efforts here.
I don't believe you need them. I don't believe you need them.
I will not let that go uncommented.
And by the way, yeah. I don't believe you need a motion there, just a direction to the staff. And do it. Does the board agree? All right. So that's what we'll do. So they're going to work it into the budget and see how it fits in. And yeah.
To be clear, then, for the time being, the March 7th meetings for the PAC and TAC will be held at the Water District. Is that acceptable?
Sounds like that's it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Onward. And listen about the length of the meetings. I want to make that one comment, that the TAC meetings are getting longer. And they have so much work to do and so much is going on. I believe they're going to get longer yet. So that cost per year will maybe go up. I think their meetings are going to go to 5 and 6 hours. Okay, we'll move on to item, let's see, 14. So all you have the reports. Does anybody have any comments? Look on the reports for both the TAC and the PAC. Let's see. Yeah, good reports.
Somebody should say something. They've sat there this whole meeting.
I know they sat there the whole meeting. And I got some things highlighted here, but I'll just run through them. A member of the public commented individual pumpers have not agreed on the parameter models in scenario 1. And I believe the answer to that, Don, correct me if I'm wrong, all of the pumping scenarios involve members of the TAC, correct? Or I can ask Gene and Jeff that. So when you put together the parameters for doing the DRI scenarios, all that is determined by the PAC. I want to confirm that. I mean, the TAC, yeah. It is getting late, so.
The TAC report is talking about model scenario 1, and we went to that meeting and presented a concept for modeling scenario 1 for the TAC to discuss, and they did discuss it and gave us input, and we asked for additional comments after the meeting. Now, we then got all the comments in, and we had to get pumping files to DRI to run the model after the TAC meeting. And we had to flesh out the concepts we had presented, because they didn't have all the details in what we'd presented, and we had to take in some of the comments that we had received. So not all the details were seen by the TAC at that time, because we did get a comment when I presented it, assumption I had made, and I was working with our staff on exactly what are the details we want to model. There were assumptions about water marketing, how leases would work, and we fleshed out what we'd shown to the TAC, and there was a comment from audience at the TAC meeting that they hadn't really agreed to that. Well, that's true. There's interest in a marketing concept in allocations of rights going forward, but not all the details of how we were going to model it were presented at the meeting. So we had a great deal of input from the TAC on that modeling scenario, but not all the details were seen before we had done it. Now, since then, in our second modeling run, we've had the opportunity to have much more input. We've been working with the ad hoc group. They've seen the details of what we're going to do and what's being run probably today in the second modeling scenario.
Thank you. And Adam, this was for you. Do you feel very strongly that the TAC members and the constituency they represent are getting their input into the development of the models and everything? Because there's sometimes concern that, oh, well, this isn't being represented, or this isn't. But as I look at the TAC, you have members that represent certain, whether it be the large ag, Searles Valley, the water district. Do you feel that they're all getting their input into this?
Yes, I do. And the reason I say that is that if there is a concern, there is lots of opportunity for each TAC member to make their comments and also list their concerns.
Okay.
And even we are taking a little bit longer in time, that may grow more and more, we still offer that opportunity for them to say yay or nay or give their concerns.
Okay.
And then we also reiterate to them to also use the opportunity to send emails individually to Stetson, or if they send them to me, I will then transfer them to Stetson as additional comments, concerns, or questions regarding each of the items in every single agenda that's set, because it assists with our generation of the GSP.
Thank you. I just want to be sure, because that's what we have them there. They represent certain groups or businesses or whatever, and the whole idea is for them to have their input representing that group. Thank you. Any other questions for on the
Let me add, well, I don't want to take the place of any questions, but I wanted to emphasize two things in light of the public comment that we had today that were similar or related to something in our report. The first one was the second to the last bullet on item number 4, where Adam and I have observed specifically before the last couple TAC meetings, but at the last one, and in particular the last day, your 5-hour one and my 3-hour one, which was extraordinarily long. But we noticed that there's much more coordination required between what the PAC and the TAC are doing at one time, and it particularly relates to something that I believe West brought up, which is the consideration of alternatives that appeared to certain folks in the way it was presented from Mr. Markman's report, that they aren't looking at alternatives in the attorneys' meetings, and the point that you just made about alternatives that are being reflected in the scenarios that are being chosen to run, and whether that's a part of it. And the statement was made during the TAC and the PAC that there's got to be much more closer coordination with these, and staff discussed that this morning, going down that path. So I think we're aligned on that. The other item I would like to foot stomp, because it also came up in 2 or 3 times today, was the second bullet under number 6. We've said this before, but it specifically, you gave us a task to talk specifically to de minimis or domestic pumpers and try to get them registered. And it has nothing to do with, per se, the delinquent ones. Right. It was voluntary, or at least data, and we're working through that. We're going to fine-tune that because it's so important that we get that message right, that we get those folks on board, because we need the data for the shallow well, in particular portion of the study that you referred to today that goes off of the model. But we wanted to go back and say we have still not made contact with every person in the valley. And there's a lot of lack of knowledge about Sigma, what it means to them, what the threats are, more importantly, what are the opportunities, and what it may mean to them specifically. And I know the district or the general manager for the...
Sorry to interrupt. That was threads, right? As in the
threads.
Different things when we make and create our wonderful quilts.
Very artistic of you.
Okay, good.
Yes. And I know that this has resonated, and I thought we were going to get to it as part of the water manager's report, but we didn't. So I want to emphasize the idea of a single mailing throat's given out to all members that was proactive and positive, as opposed to the first mailing in the FAQs that we sent out that set such a bad tone. So we strongly emphasize that we need to go back and talk to everybody again, those that already know, those that don't. And there's multiple ways to do that, but a start at it was the single-page postcard that's been brought up.
Right, and also we talked about working with Holly and her group about helping us with those situations and what advice they can give. So I look forward to what comes out of that, because I think that can lead us down a good path.
Yeah, because what Holly and I will be talking about is a multi-aspect approach to that, which is in our communications plan, augmented by what's transpired over the last few months and the need to do this.
Thank you. The last thing I see is I've heard these comments before that there's people come up and say they feel their groups aren't being represented, and I want to get clear on that. It's the same question I asked Adam. Are the people that are sitting on the PAC who represent their area, whether it's the ratepayers or the small pumpers or the large pumpers, do you feel that they're getting the input to your meetings that they need to, and that's flowing on down through all the decision making?
They're certainly getting input. We've had feedback, and I think it's stated in the report here that we have members of the PAC that are expressing both their own opinion and perhaps some in the public. For example, the ratepayers some do not feel that they're represented in the attorneys' meetings, even though you have counsel for the water district there, that there's a differentiation between ratepayers and the counsel for the district itself.
Yeah.
And then there are some domestic owners that I believe that way also, perhaps because they don't have a designated attorney perhaps in that meeting.
Okay.
So therefore it casts some doubt on how collaborative in nature of representing everyone in the valley it is. And so that I tried to express that in the bullet, but yeah, we have a couple folks in the PAC that represent those groups that have restated what their own folks say, and it may be their opinion as well.
And the last item I have is the last item 7, the last one. It seems like you've been trying to get an answer on this for a while about PAC members' ability to publicly comment, verbal and writing, as an individual with or without identifying their PAC member status. Keith, can we give them a definite answer here? I've heard this. I've been hearing this for months.
All we need is a written clarification, because we had an issue, and Keith, I don't know if you knew the background on this. We had an issue where PAC members...
I believe Mr. Worth was preparing something on that.
Okay, yeah, because I think that's almost a policy issue, because I know that we're allowed to, but you have to keep in mind how people view you and what you represent. Yes.
Well, exactly, but we had a couple cases where folks wrote to the paper, et cetera. It's when you can and can't identify yourself.
So it looks like you're going to get your written response.
That's all we need.
That's
Thank
all. Okay, that's all I have. Sorry to hold everything up. Does anybody else have anything else? Any questions from the public?
Nick Panzer, ratepayer. Chairman Kaczynski, you directed a question to Adam, and if I understood it correctly, you asked him effectively whether the various TAC members were getting their input into the modeling scenarios. Question, who is filling the slot for customers of public water agencies?
For the TAC?
Yes.
I believe that's Tim Parker, is it not? Yes.
It's who?
Tim Parker. On the PAC. I'm sorry, the TAC.
Okay, I thought that slot was empty when I looked at the Chapter 1 of the GSP. There was a word there, it was held. I thought Tim Parker was somewhere else. But
No, he's been there at every meeting. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about who is slotted in to represent customers of public water agencies. Does anyone have the copy of Chapter?
You may, that vacant, if I might.
Yeah, please do.
You may be referring to the vacancy that was previously filled by Mike Powell from Ransomware.
Right. It did, but as I recall, he was seldom present.
You're asking who represents the ratepayers. It's Tim Parker, who is the consultant for the water district.
Okay. I'm of the impression that slot is empty. And I'm very concerned, as you all know, about the health and safety issue. And I wonder how many times Tim Parker has raised that issue in connection with modeling scenarios to get to the bottom of my concern. So a couple, I didn't know he was slotted into there, but
yeah, it's
that's
on
my
Exhibit
concern.
A of
Thank
the
you.
original approval. Tim Parker is the Indian Wells Volunteer Water District. So it has been approved, and it's in.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments from the public? Okay, I'll close public comment. I assume the board has no more questions for the TAC or the PAC? All right. We'll move on to the next item, which is the general manager's report.
I just have the one item, and the comments from Mr. Janis as well as comments from Supervisor Gleason regarding public outreach and others that were here today and may have left already. I serve as the district's representative on the PAC and also attend the TAC meetings. And the last couple of meetings, in particular the last meeting of the the PAC, some comments that were made caused me to question if we're doing sufficient outreach. One comment was the fact that to the PAC, we need to be working on projects and determining the cost, which is what the TAC is tasked with doing. So after hearing that comment, I thought my opinion, we really haven't done the basic outreach in terms of getting information to the public, every parcel owner, everybody in the valley, as to what is SGMA, what committees there are, the GA, when it meets, where it meets, the PAC, where it meets, when it meets, the TAC, same thing, where you can get information on the website, if you want to sign up as an interested party, where you can sign up and get more information. So I had in mind the water district. We used to do these quarterly, but now we do them on an as-needed basis. They're oversized postcards, and there's a copy in your packet as an example. We usually put some kind of eye-catching thing on the front and try and limit what's on the back because we understand a lot of people may not want to read a whole lot of detail. So what I put on there, and of course, this can be edited, but just basically informing people of SGMA. What is SGMA? Some people, I get the impression, don't even know what SGMA is and that there's a groundwater authority. Also, critical information about what committees are there, where does the board meet, that information, what time. And again, information about, we have a website, here's where you can get more information, here's where you can get copy or listen to the audios, meeting agendas, board meeting notes and such. And also, again, the interested parties, just basic information. I don't think that's been really communicated as well as it could have been. And I think it's something that we need to, we should have done early on, we didn't do, and I think this is something that's necessary. And from the comments I've heard today, I get the impression that people are wanting something like this. People here that attend these meetings know this, but there are a lot of people out there that don't come to the meeting, and I would venture to say that there are a lot of people that, as I said, don't even know the basic information about what this groundwater authority is and what it does. So I asked our accountant, because we've done these in the past, what would be the cost, and I know cost is an issue. When we send out we've sent out in the past to all parcel owners, all district customers, and those that are customers that own apartments, we send to the tenants of all those multi-residential dwellings. The cost for printing and postage, bulk postage, was just under $9,000. And I know that's a concern. I believe I have the support from my board that if it's a concern for this board, that the water district would pay for this, and we'd be happy to take care of it and get this mailer out. So that's my offer, and I think I have my board's
Was
support.
is that parcels you're mailing to? Or
Excuse me?
what addresses? I mean, how do you determine where the mailings go?
We have a list of all, the county has a list of all the
Of the
parcels.
parcels.
Yeah, and
Okay,
we
so
have
it's a
that list
parcels
as well.
distribution.
We have that list. Of course, we have a list of our customers, and then, as I said, if it's an apartment building, we know all the tenants, so it goes individually to those tenants as well.
And, I fully believe, I'd like to see the water district take more of a lead in public outreach. And this is a good start as far as I'm concerned. So I agree with you. I know that's within your spending authority, but if you want to bring it back to the board, you're welcome to.
Right, and I think, just another thing I'd add, Mr. Decker, as you said earlier, is the chair of the Domestic Well Owners Association. Somebody handed me a copy of the email that went out on the 20th, and it speaks to this point exactly. I'll paraphrase, but we have pointed out many times the primary responsibility for the GA board is to identify, reach out, and contact all IWV stakeholders. The GA has not yet properly executed this responsibility to the domestic well community. There appears to be other smaller pumpers, co-ops, and mutuals who have not been properly notified. So again, I think that speaks to the need to actually do this outreach and go forward.
Comments from the board?
So moved.
Yeah, it's not costing anything. That's why you said that, right? The district's going to pay for it. Yeah. No, I got a motion, but I'll get a second. Then I'll open up for comment again. I'll open it to public. I need a second.
I second it.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and open it for public comment. Yeah.
Wes Katzenstein again, the member of the PAC. We worked hard on a communication engagement plan for your benefit. And one of the key themes that emerged again and again is exactly what Mr. Zadeba just proposed. We need to touch everybody in the basin, give them a heads up of what's happening. And I think there's an excellent start that Don has prepared. Just a couple of thoughts that, in my mind, is a little too milquetoast. I was going to say it might be something you'd find in a box of Cheerios, but I decided I wouldn't say that. But it doesn't state somehow there needs to be something added to the draft that Don's prepared that really makes it clear that that the state has declared this basin to be critical overdraft, that we are pumping water at 5 times the amount of recharge, and everybody in this valley can expect to have to make some changes in their lifestyle, and they should become engaged now. So I would think you'd want to add to this some statement that really lets people know that the stakes that we're dealing with here. And that would, I think, catch people's eye. And the other thing I think we might add to this, I'm endorsing what you've done, Don. The other thing I think might be added to this is I was the head of the ad hoc committee that addressed trying to get the domestic well owners to register. And our first conclusion was that the GA board has not yet mandated that. And the product we're going to give you is going to give you some really beneficial reasons why all domestic wells should be registered. And some of those reasons involve benefits to the domestic well owners, not to mention the increased data that would provide, as was just mentioned. And so this document could not really quote any decision the GA has made yet regarding registration of domestic wells, but there could be some kind of a statement in there that certainly domestic well owners can also expect to be impacted by the GSP. And secondly, that there are benefits for their registering their wells, both to forming the plan and ultimately to providing assistance to those well owners should the GA decide to do that in the future. So there could also be a statement added to this that catches the eye of the domestic well owners and somehow says what we can say at this time to encourage them to register their wells. So anyway, I want to endorse this suggestion. I think what's here is an excellent start, and maybe add a tad bit to it to make it a little more to the point in terms of the impact it's going to have on the community. Thank you.
Sam Merck. I'd also like to compliment Don Zadeba with a good start. However, this is from the GA board, not the Indian Wells Valley Water District. So the little insignia I saw earlier probably shouldn't have that on. And I do concur with what Wes said, that we need a little bit more, just a little bit more. But it's a wonderful start, and it should go to all the APN numbers for outreach. It really should, because there is a group of us that come to all the water meetings, and we're familiar with it. But you can go out anywhere, and a lot of people don't know what's going on. So we really need to send it to all the APN numbers. Thank you.
I'm Don Decker again. Thank you, Don, for that discussion and the possibility, the likelihood that the Water District could actually fund a mailing. That's a genuine contribution to what we're all trying to do. On the subject of outreach to the domestic de minimis wells, I think the communication has both a legal basis as well as what one might call a moral basis. And, the registration at this point is voluntary, and it needs to be so stated. I think putting a paragraph might be a smaller paragraph, but something in the flyer that you're thinking about putting together, something on domestic de minimis well registration, voluntary registration would be a absolutely valuable contribution, and with some comments that are similar to what West was just offering, that there are advantages not just to the endeavor that we're all doing in the way of getting more information, but advantages to the well owner, him or herself. We reach in our update that Don quoted out of about 2/3 of the domestic well community, one way or the other. It's passed around as additional forwarded emails and so on, but most of them have never had anything that even closely resembles an official document, a statement, anything from this board. And they are viewing a lot of what's going on as something that's beyond their scope. They simply are not paying enough attention, even though we try really, really hard to get those folks to participate, come to this meeting, for example. We don't get a whole lot of response. I get a lot of emails and but run into people, and I get feedback constantly. When is the board going to notify us, talk to us in a more personal way? And so the outreach has another step and stage to go through, and the APN mailing is the way to do it. Thank you.
Are you guys awake? Just barely? My name's Elaine Mead. I think Don did a good start here. I might make a couple of suggestions along with the ones that have already been made. It does need to go to all APM numbers of all 3 counties that are in this basin, not just Kern County, but also the ones that take in San Bernardino and Inyo County. I think if I were putting this together, because this is a really important postcard to go out, I would put your graphic on the same side as your address, giving me more room to talk to the people. And I think you have to get, like Don said, you have to get personal. It says, what does this mean for our local area? I think it needs to be more to the point, what does this mean to you? Because that's what you're trying to do, is talk to each individual party. this is really great, but it's not handing out quite enough information, I don't think. You're not getting attention. Yes, you're giving the basics, which is much better than what has been done, but there needs to be that one sentence that grabs everybody. I don't know what it is, but that gets your attention, that makes you realize that there is something going on and it's going to affect everybody in this basin in a major way. But do with it what you want. Also, if I could back up about 3 or 4 items on the agenda, maybe we could ask the water district employees to park in the back on Pack and Tack Day to free up the front parking lot. It might help the parking situation a little bit. Thank you.
Nick Panzer, PAC member. Elaine Mead's thoughts come closest to mine. I believe that as written, most readers will get down to about number 1, 2, possibly 3 before they throw this in the garbage can. I'm going to guess that essentially every one of these is going to go right into the garbage can. I do like the last part of this, and I'll tell you why in a minute. It's the first part that's problematic. If you look at your own adopted communication and engagement plan, there's an executive summary right up in the front. It's like 2 sentences, has 2 pieces. The first is, every stakeholder shall have an opportunity to understand the magnitude of the problem and how it could affect the stakeholder. It's essentially what Elaine, I think, was saying. The second part tells them how they can engage the process of helping to solve the problem. Your second part of this does okay job of that. The first part, they'll never get past it before it goes in the garbage can. So my conclusion is that the postcard should incentivize every reader to engage the GSP preparation process. In fact, the suggested postcard does just the opposite of that by failing to state how the mandated pumping reductions are going to significantly impact, just as Elaine said, every single person in this valley. Whether or not we import, there's no way we can avoid a significant impact to every one of our 35,000 residents here. So, my suggestion, humble suggestion, would be to basically toss out this example and start again. Thank you.
Lyle Fisher, member of the PAC and domestic well owner. I'd like to echo what Wes said and what Don Decker said. This is very important, and I have a case in point for you too, is that people not knowing what's going on. I attended that aborted public meeting at the Inyukern Senior Center. I see Mr. Johnson over there wagging his head, and I also attended the one at the Kerr-McGee Center. Now, one of the things I noted that I took away from that I saw standing around outside and listening to other people talk, was the lack of knowledge of knowing anything about Sigma or anything about what we are doing here, what's been going on. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And one of the other things that I noted, the difference between the Inyukern Senior Center and the Kerr-McGee meeting was that they weren't the same people. They weren't the same people. They're all different. Mr. Johnson agreed because I approached him and asked him that, and he said, yeah, I noticed that. The people that were the Inyukern Senior Center weren't the same ones that were at Kerr-McGee. Some of them were, but most of them were not. And all of them were the same, though. They didn't have a clue what was going on. Now, getting this card out is a big deal. However, I have to agree with Nick. Too many people are going to throw it in the trash can. Don Decker's been working on this, as he just talked about, trying to reach domestic well owners. and get them to participate. And yeah, you can see what happens, nothing. So yeah, we need to do this. It's still vitally important that you get this card out with some very good details and try to capture their attention. But good luck. But it needs to be done. And I appreciate the Water District taking the lead on that and hopefully funding it too. So thank you.
Yes, Larry Mead. This is a good deal, Don. I definitely want to see it go out as a GA. I think that's ultimately very important. And if you put some teeth in this, I would like to contribute $2,000 of Rod's money from Mojave Pistachio to help benefit this and maybe put a little color on it. Okay? Thank you, guys.
So you're saying we need to design some kind of a logo for the GA eventually?
No, I'm just saying, here's a couple of grand.
Yeah, I know.
I think
I appreciate it.
We've been 4 years trying to get it.
Yes. And yes, there's all kinds of comments of what we can do and what we can't do. It's hard to say what is going to be thrown in the trash and what isn't. There's all kinds of ideas out there. How do you get them to look at them? How do you not get them to look at them? I believe you need to keep it as simple as possible to get the basic message out there. If you start putting bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, then it's going in the trash.
You can run Elaine down. She's got the money. So.
Yeah, she carries her checkbook around with her. So I understand what you're saying, Don. I appreciate what you're saying. I know you're going to have a couple comments, but again, I think it needs to be simple. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I appreciate the feedback, and I acknowledge you have some valid points. First of all, the logo, I mean, this is what we sent out before, so it would come from the Groundwater Authority, not from the Water District, so clarify that point. But keep in mind, you're dealing with a postcard that has limited space, and you have a font that you want legible. And, the whole point of here was to just put basic information out. I understand the need for putting all this information about the Groundwater Authority, what we're doing, de minimis owners, well owners need to register, all this stuff. But that's where you get the information. To Supervisor Gleason's point, there is a point where people have to take the initiative to find out information. What we're intending to do is just put basic information out there about how can you find out information, not give them all the information, because it's not going to fit on a postcard. I understand your point, Mr. Panzer, and your point, Wes, but to put all that on a postcard, it's not going to fit. And I acknowledge, I don't know that everybody's going to read it. The reality is, a lot of people probably won't. I know they don't read our postcards when we send them out, but we send them out. It's my philosophy dealing in management that I'll communicate, I'll give you all the information. If you want to listen, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine, but that's your choice. So if you choose to throw this in the trash, that's your choice. But we made the effort. That's the point.
I think the one comment is this: what does it mean for our local area? Was it Elaine that made this? It's not. What does it mean for you? Mm-hmm. It is more impactful than the local area, and so that's the only comment I have on it. Any more discussion? Now, I want to make clear the motion you made was we're okaying the concept to move ahead with this, but not the money.
No.
So I'll take a stab at maybe revising it a little bit and just send it to staff. Is that okay, or does the board want to see it? Or
no, I think it's fine. I think you're on the right track with this. Just move on with it, correct? All right.
Because I'm likely to get a lot of feedback from staff anyway.
Yeah.
So
I'm not even sure we need a motion. Sure we need to vote on it, but we have a motion in a second, so we're going to take a vote. So, please.
Director Vallejo.
Aye.
Director Heyman.
Aye.
Chairman Kaczynski.
Yes.
Director Snoke.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gleason.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see. All right. It looks like we're into closing comments. So let's move along. Just down the line. Scott, do you have any closing comments?
No, thanks.
Commander?
Yes. Actually, I have a letter here that is signed out by Captain Dale, the Installation Commanding Officer of Naval Air Weapons Station, China Lake. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read the entire letter, but it does outline that the number one encroachment issue here for the United States Navy, and specifically Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake, is groundwater resources. that do have the potential to impact the Navy mission on and around Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake. We also in the letter recommit ourselves to continue with the cooperative effort that we have here with the GA as the lead to develop the GSP, and we look forward to reaching a sustainable yield here in the valley. So I'll present that here at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Ryan? Nothing? Mick?
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate those comments from the commanding officer. I had some things, and I was going to talk about. I'm going to really cut it short because I know he's been here a long time. This goes back to something Mr. Janis said, Wes Cassenstein said it, and it also refers back to a correspondence I saw that went between Mr. Panzer and Mr. Markman. Mr. Panzer brought up an issue that brought some concern to him. He saw that we're developing a GSP based on lawyers getting together and trying to legally carve out and using that basis as, what can you withstand? How can we achieve sustainment without a lawsuit? And Mr. Panzer talked about a little bit about beneficial use. Reasonable and beneficial use, and a concept that is embedded in Water Code, California Water Code, but it wasn't something that Mr. Markman was using at the time when he was talking with the legal team to craft this message. And Mr. Markman very respectfully and very intelligently responded back to Mr. Panzer. And I have a response here, very well thought, and he said that there's insufficient precedent, I think, as I'm capturing his ideas correctly. Maybe I'm not, and I apologize if I'm not. But it's insufficient precedent, and when it's been used, that theory's been used before, it came without much success. That's essentially what I read out of his comments. I want to go on record as saying I disagree with Mr. Markman. I think that our basin is so unique that there is a substantial cause for an argument to be made that we must make decisions based not only on trying to not going to adjudication, but I think we also need to make decisions on what's in the best interest, long-term interest of sustainability, and what is reasonable and what is beneficial. Especially when we're sitting in a basin that now the Navy has declared is the number one encroachment issue to the main economic driver of our community. So I think that Mr. Bachman's, I appreciate what he's doing, and I'm not saying he's not going to get the right answer. I applaud what he's doing. But I also think, in my mind, and my vote is going to be filtered with, is the decisions we're making, is it reasonable? Every action that everybody's taken, I think, is an important concept that we need to make sure it's part of our decision-making process. So I guess I could have gone on for a lot longer. I had a lot more examples, but that will suffice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mick. John?
No comment.
Thank you. So I'll finish up. First of all, I agree with Mick. I think in light of what's just been read to us by the commander, that we maybe need to rethink some of these things and how we're going to approach them, because that's the economic driver for our community. I also want to go ahead and touch again, last thing, I've said it before, is I'd like to see regular updates on the outreach effort in the agenda. It may be we have nothing to report, but I think we need to keep it in front of us at all times so we keep on top of this outreach. I think people already know that I myself have opened myself up to anybody that wants to hear from me. I was in Indian Curtain last night. I'll be at the Republican Women's tomorrow, and I encourage the people that were there, if they have groups, I'll be glad to sit and talk with them, whether it's 4 people over coffee or 10 people in a room. And I think that's an important part of outreach. But I'd like to see something as a regular update. I think that maybe we're getting at the point where some report on where we stand with the DAC, or SDAC in our case, the severe. Again, it may be very brief. We've done this, we've not done this, because I had to, search back and get information from Jeff just about where we were. But it'd be nice if this board always knew where we were on that particular important issue. And then also I want to make a comment about, I think I heard a comment here about the cost of our GSP, and I've said this before. As I look at and talk to other groups that are doing GSPs, yes, there's a lot of them out there that are less expensive, but you're not seeing them go as far as we're going. We're taking a leap beyond saying we need imported water, and our plan is to look at bringing in X amount of water, and we'll work on that in the 5 year before we report again. You know, this GSP is going to be it's almost going to be at a point where things are almost shovel ready if we get a go ahead. And I think that's well beyond what you see happening in a lot of the plans and the GAs that they're writing. So maybe their cost is a little bit less, but I don't think they're delving in. They're coming up with the particular ideas of here's how we're going to reach sustainability, but the actual nuts and bolts of how it's going to get done, how much it's going to cost, what the analysis is, isn't done yet. And so I think we're leaps and bounds beyond some of those. And so, yes, it is costing more, but I think we're getting a lot more for our money, and nothing is cheap. You know, everyone knows that when this goes down the road, it's going to cost money. And it's our responsibility to see how that's going to be paid for, and we'll move on from there. Are there any other comments from anyone before I close up? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and close the open session at 3:46. This is a new record, right? And we're going to go into closed session. I don't think it's a deal. Yeah, I don't think.